Chapter 791. With a thought, the Queen Mother of the West grabbed Taoist Dong Hua's hand and quietly sent a strand of Dharma power into Taoist Dong Hua's body. Then, the Queen Mother of the West quietly extracted a strand of the real spirit that belonged to Dong Wang Kung in Taoist Dong Hua's body. At this moment, the palm of the Queen Mother of the West grabbed Taoist Dong Hua's body and was about to take him away. "Goddess Taijin, please stop." Suddenly, the world changed, and the figures of the earthly Emperor Shennong and the human Emperor Xianyuan came together from the void. At the same time, the powerful dragon Qi of the human Tao spread out from their bodies, shattering the Queen Mother of the West's magic skill and suppressing Taoist Dong Hua. Taijin was the Queen Mother of the West's title, the innate goddess Taijin. While no one was paying attention, the Queen Mother of the West quietly put away Dong Wang Gong's true spirit. She heaved a sigh of relief and asked the two human sovereigns, "My friends, what is the meaning of this?" In the void, the earthly Emperor Shennong reached out and suppressed Taoist Ziyun. The human Emperor Xianyuan also took action at the same time, pressing Taoist Dong Hua and suppressing him. At this time, Shennong explained with a smile, "Goddess Taijin, you don't know. We heard that Taoist Dong Hua and Taoist Ziyun of our clan actually colluded with the Chaos Fiend God, intending to subvert the human clan and destroy the untainted land. Knowing that this matter was too serious, we didn't dare to delay and hurried over from the Fire Cloud Cave to see if it was true. After arriving here, we knew that the rumor was true, so we didn't dare to hesitate and quickly suppress them to prevent them from causing more trouble." Speaking of this, Shennong asked with a smile, "Goddess Taijin, do you know this thief who colluded with the Chaos Fiend God? In order to break into the ancestral land of the human clan, Taoist Dong Hua and Taoist Ziyun did not hesitate to join forces with the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God. Although in the end, the two of them fell out with the god, it was an indisputable fact that they had joined forces with the god. Even if the Queen Mother of the West wanted to exonerate the two of them, she couldn't think of a good reason. Colluding with the Chaos Fiend God was a grave sin that not even a saint could bear. After the two sages of the West were exposed as the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God, they almost lost their foothold in the untainted world. Later on, the two of them performed extremely well in the battle against the Chaos Demon God, which changed everyone's impression of them. Even saints were like this, let alone outsiders. For a moment, the Queen Mother of the West secretly complained about Tung Wang Kung's boldness. How could he team up with the Chaos Demonic God? What a fool! Fortunately, he was more vigilant. He realized that he could not save Dong Wang Kong this time and extracted one of his true spirits in advance. Otherwise, Taoist Tung Wang Gong would really be in danger this time. Poor Wei is a congenital saint of the primeval age. How can she have anything to do with the thieves who colluded with the Chaos Fiend God? This poor Wei doesn't know this person. If you want to kill him or torture him, please do as you see fit. After saying that, the Queen Mother of the West turned and left. His actions stunned Xianyuan and Shino. They had thought that it would be a tough battle, and they had prepared all kinds of method. However, before they could do anything, the other party surrendered. It felt like they had hit cotton and there was nowhere to use their strength. It was really strange. Since when was the Queen Mother of the West so easy to talk to? Shino and Xianyuan did not notice the Queen Mother of the West's small actions. However, Feng Zichen and the others who were watching the situation closely in the sky saw the Queen Mother of the West's actions clearly. However, everyone pretended not to see it. At this point, Tung Wang Gong was no longer of much use. If the Queen Mother of the West wanted to save him, then so be it. As for Feng Zichen, he did not care about him at all. Tung Wang Gong's identity as Taoist Dong Hua had made a big mistake in the human clan. It could be said that he had formed a big karma with the human clan. In the future, he would have to pay back. Tung Wang Gong could live, but ancestor Hongyun must die. This was the only thought in the minds of the two saints of the West. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Hongyun. Since we don't have the ability to push you to the position of the human emperor, we can only wrong you one more time. Please continue to fall for a while. When we have the confidence to help you achieve Tao, we will help you to be resurrected. The two looked at each other tacitly and made a decision in their hearts. They could not save Ancestor Hongyun. Clang. After blocking the Yuan killer sword once again, Zhen Xing suddenly sighed and turned to leave. Alas! At this point, he also knew that Ancestor Hongyun was doomed. With his ability, there was no possibility of saving him. In that case, he might as well leave. He could not bear to see his good friend die in front of him. After the hindrance left, the Emperor of Earth, Shino, and the human Emperor, Xianyuan, were relieved. They grabbed Taoist Xiun and Taoist Donghua and walked to the two divine cities of Taiyang and Taiyin respectively. Next, according to Feng Zichen's instructions, Shino and Xianyuan first extracted the innate indestructible true spirits of Taoist Donghua and Taoist Xiun and suppressed them in the fate of the human clan. Then, they filled their physical bodies into the two divine cities of Taiyang and Taiyang respectively and used them as energy to drive the operation of the two divine cities. At this point, the internal strife of the human clan had come to an end. Next, they would enter the final stage. Suppress the rebels. Kill those who should be killed. Capture those who should be captured. And release those who should be released. Well, in this, the human clan was secondary. The disciples of the three sects and the countless cultivators of the immortal path were the most important. The names on the investiture of the gods, the ghost decree, ghost sealing list, and the map of the gods would be filled by them. After a few years of turmoil, the human clan gradually calmed down and the rebels were eliminated one after another. The names on the three lists were all complete. After all, they were Khanate godfiends with the mandate of heaven. Among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, except for Samantabhadra, Manjushri, Ju Lusun, and Si Hang who died unexpectedly, the other 8 were all seriously injured but luckily escaped the calamity. They were so lucky because they were Khanate godfiends and had the protection of heaven and earth. However, the rest of the people, such as the disciples of the Jie sect and the Buddhist disciples, were all born as Khanate lifeforms and did not have the luck of the disciples of the Chan sect. More than 90% of the disciples died in the calamity. The losses were heavy, if not for the fact that the 4 true disciples of the Jie sect, as well as some of the outer disciples of the 3 Shao immortals, did not enter the calamity and were safe. The Jie sect would have been destroyed. The 2 saints of the West also had a trick up their sleeves. The most outstanding disciples of the Western sect were not affected by the calamity because of their diligent cultivation of merit. Because of this, they were safe and did not get destroyed. At the end of the war, the 3 lists shone at the same time, announcing the end of the calamity. Whoosh! Endless divine light rose from the bodies of the 3 lists. It was extremely bright like the sun. In an instant, it illuminated every corner of the untainted land. Sizzle, under the illumination of this divine light, the boundless tribulation aura that permeated the area seemed to have met its natural enemy as it quickly melted away. Soon, half of it had disappeared. However, no matter how the divine light shone on the remaining half, it could not be eliminated. The 3 lists were full, which was the sign of the end of the God investiture tribulation. The calamity aura in the world should have melted under the illumination of the 3 lists. But what was going on now? Was it because not enough people had died, so the calamity was not over yet? For a moment, the mighty figures in the primitive world could not help but have wild thoughts when they saw this scene. The rest of the people did not know what was going on, but Feng Zichen and the 5 saints on the opposite side seemed to have sensed something and vaguely understood something. The current abnormality was probably related to them. Although the 3 lists were full, the karma was not clear. Therefore, the God investiture tribulation was not complete yet. The karma was naturally the karma between Feng Zichen and the three pure ones. The saints were the spokespersons of the heavenly Tao. Feng Zichen broke the arm of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. This was a huge karma. When Feng Zichen was in charge of the human race, the three pure ones used the power of the heavenly gods to force him to abdicate. They forcefully changed the laws of heaven and earth, causing the environment of the human territory to become worse and worse. Gradually, it was not suitable for the human race to survive. This was also a huge karma. Then, the two sides fought back and forth, using the primitive world as a battlefield. This caused the karma thread to sink deeper and deeper, becoming denser and denser. Even the heavenly Tao could not clear it and could not cut it. Therefore, due to the interference of this huge karma thread, the God investiture tribulation could not be completed. If the calamity was not completed, the calamity aura would naturally not disappear. In order to complete the calamity, the only way was to clear up this karma. How could he clear up this karma? It was simple. He could only fight. Fellow Taoists, it seems that we can't avoid this battle. With a thought, Feng Zichen said to the five saints opposite him, "Indeed, if we don't fight, the karma will not be clear. If the karma is not clear, the calamity aura will not disappear. If the calamity aura does not disappear, the primordial world will not be peaceful and all living beings will not be at ease. Therefore, this battle has to be fought." The Grand Pure One waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and pretended to be mysterious. "How should we fight? Fellow Taoists, should the five of you attack together, or should the five of you come one by one?" Feng Zichen swept his gaze across the faces of the five saints and said proudly. From what he said, he actually wanted to fight the five of them alone and not use the power of the people behind him to fight against the five saints. That's right. This is the karma between Feng Zichen and the five saints. It should be resolved between them. If outsiders were to interfere, it would only cause the karma to grow. In the end, it would be even more difficult to end it. Before the others could speak, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning spoke first. "Fellow Taoist Gaochen, you must be joking. The poor Wei and the others can't do such a thing." To be honest, when they saw that Feng Zichen wanted to fight the five of them alone, the five saints really wanted to agree. However, with so many people present, if they really agreed to Feng Zichen's suggestion of fighting the five of them alone, they would not be able to see anyone in the primordial world in the future. 5 against 1, wouldn't it be embarrassing? If no one was present, the five saints would definitely agree and beat Feng Zichen half to death and tell him not to be so arrogant. Of course, if no one was present, Feng Zichen would not be so arrogant as to say that he wanted to fight the five of them alone. He had calculated that the five saints would definitely not agree to his suggestion of fighting the five of them alone. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. In a fight, winning or losing aside, he definitely could not lose his aura. How do you want to fight, fellow Taoists? It doesn't matter. Just say it. Zichen will not reject anyone. No matter how one looked at it, he would be at a disadvantage if he fought the five of them alone. Therefore, Feng Zichen simply gave the five saints the choice of how to fight. If he chose how to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage no matter what. However, if the five saints were to choose, it would be different. They would definitely not choose a fighting method that was beneficial to them in consideration of their own reputation. In this way, Feng Zichen could save some face. When? That was impossible. If he really had the ability to defeat the five saints, then why would he need to play tricks with the five saints here? Wouldn't it be fine if he just went up? Hearing this, the five saints fell into silence. For a moment they did not know what to say. At this time, their reputation had become their greatest concern. If they could give up their reputation, then all of Feng Zichen's plans would be meaningless. However, giving up their reputation was easier said than done. After a long silence, the Grand Pure One suddenly said, "We are all primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Our Dharma powers are unfathomable and can easily destroy the world. If we fight in the primordial world, we will definitely smash the primordial world into powder. Therefore, we can't fight in the primordial world. Since that's the case, let's fight. Hearing that, Feng Zichen asked, how should we fight? After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One said, Poor Wei and the other three will each use a technique for you to break it. If fellow Taoist is able to break it, then the karma between you and us will be resolved. On the other hand, if you can't break it, the karma between us will be resolved. What do you think, fellow Taoist? The Grand Pure One spoke in a roundabout manner, but Feng Zichen still understood. The five of them would each come up with a difficult problem. If he could solve it, the karma between him and the five saints would be resolved. One thing to note here was the karma between him and the five saints, not the karma between him and the five saints. The karma this time was mutual. In other words, Feng Zichen owed the five saints a karma. Similarly, the five saints owed Feng Zichen a karma. After the karma between the five saints and Feng Zichen was resolved, Feng Zichen would resolve the karma between him and the five saints. Yes, to put it more simply, it could be regarded as a turn-based game. Now it was the turn of the five saints. Next, it was Feng Zichen's turn. Because the three pure ones still owed Feng Zichen a karma, they had set the conditions to resolve the karma with Feng Zichen after failing. Simply put, if you win against us, you can continue to cause trouble for us in the future. However, if you lose, it doesn't matter. We won't make things difficult for you. However, you can't cause trouble for us in the future. That's the condition. It depends on whether you agree or not. All right, let's do as you say, fellow Taoist. Feng Zichen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He had no right to refuse. The current situation was such. He was weaker than others. He had no other choice but to agree. He couldn't let him choose the way to fight, right? Fellow Taoists, who wants to go first? Feng Zichen took a step forward and asked. P.S. I'm fascinated by the last part. If the logic is wrong, I'll change it later. In addition, there's a top-up and free coin event at Qigyan today. I'm tempted. I really want to add a silver alliance, but I'm too poor. I don't even have an alliance leader. I'm envious of the other big shots. Chapter 792. After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One said, Let's start with the Poor Wei. The Poor Wei has a Taiji painting. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, please walk inside. If you can walk out in 100 years, the Poor Wei will lose this round. On the other hand, if you can't walk out in 100 years, you will lose this round. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One took out the Taiji painting from his chest pocket. With a shake of his hand, he threw the painting into the air. Rumble! The Taiji painting slowly unfolded in the air. The power of Taiji surged crazily, producing yin, yang, and four symbols. It was extremely mysterious. The four powers surged continuously, and the connate Taiji chi boiled. A Taiji world slowly appeared in front of everyone. Feng Zichen's heart flickered when he saw that. The Grand Pure One was indeed not simple. He could actually come up with such a clever idea. As a heaven-opening treasure, the Taiji painting was not that easy to break. Under normal circumstances, if Feng Zichen was trapped in the Taiji painting, he might not be able to break it even after thousands of years, let alone 100 years. Blocking the Taiji painting and breaking it were two completely different concepts. It was just like the supreme-grade connate mountain river map. Although it was powerful, as long as one was not trapped inside, it was basically useless to powerful mystical abilities. The most taboo thing about treasures like paintings was to be trapped inside. Normally, when fighting the Grand Pure One, everyone would be wary of the Taiji painting. Naturally, it was impossible for him to take it away. However, now, the Grand Pure One had taken advantage of this opportunity to let Feng Zichen take the initiative to enter the Taiji painting. However, Feng Zichen could not refuse. He was really cunning. Fellow Taoist, please. When the Taiji world was formed, the Grand Pure One said politely to Feng Zichen. Sure. Sure. Feng Zichen narrowed his eyes and answered. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards the Taiji world. Normally, Feng Zichen would not be able to break through the Taiji painting within 100 years. If he entered, he would most likely be trapped by the Grand Pure One for millions of years. But now, with the incarnation of the Taiji Patriarch, he was confident that he could break open the Taiji diagram in a short period of time. The Grand Pure One wanted to trap him with the Taiji painting, but he was wrong. Haha, let the Grand Pure One see how capable I am. With a confident smile, Feng Zichen stepped into the Taiji world formed by the Taiji painting. The Grand Pure One's pupils constricted when he saw that. He forcefully suppressed the thought of taking away the Taiji painting. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he willed and took back the Taiji diagram, he could lock Feng Zichen in the Taiji diagram and never come out. In this way, he could be considered to have eliminated a great enemy. However, if the Grand Pure One really dared to do that, he would be surrounded and attacked by Feng Zichen's saints and cause a huge disaster. Moreover, after suppressing Feng Zichen, the Grand Pure One would probably never be able to use the Taiji painting again. Once he opened the Taiji painting, Feng Zichen, who was inside, would find an opportunity to break out of the painting. It was not an easy task to suppress a primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian at his peak. He needed the Grand Pure One to bet a connate cardinal treasure. The Grand Pure One could not afford to pay such a price. Rumble. In the world of the Taiji painting, apart from the connate Taiji power, there were 4 other forces surging. They interweaved with earth, fire, water, and wind, forming small worlds that were constantly being born and destroyed. While the worlds were being born and destroyed, waves of destructive tides swept over, destroying everything. The scene was extremely terrifying. As soon as Feng Zichen entered, he saw endless connate Taiji power surging towards him, wanting to assimilate him and become a part of the Taiji Qi. At the same time, the earth, fire, water, and wind surged. The destructive aura surged towards him. Whoosh, seeing that, a divine light flashed across Feng Zichen's body. It was black and white, divided into yin and yang. It was endless and collided with the surrounding power. In an instant, a miraculous change happened. Whether it was the connate Taiji power, the 4 forces of earth, fire, water, and wind, or the power of destruction, under the power of the black and white mystic light, they were all destroyed. Then, they were divided into yin and yang and the 5 elements, turning into the purest power that was absorbed by Feng Zichen. The black and white mystic light was one of the 10 supreme divine abilities of the primordial world, the connate yin-yang destruction divine light. It had the power to destroy everything and return to yin and yang. With this light protecting him, no matter how dangerous the Taiji painting was, it could not hurt Feng Zichen at all. Rumble. Perhaps feeling that the connate yin-yang destruction divine light was not enough, Feng Zichen's heart moved. The 5 qi in his chest gathered and turned into 5 majestic great emperors, rushing out of his body. The 5 great emperors soared into the sky and released endless power. They formed a 5-colored canopy above Feng Zichen's head. It was majestic and gorgeous, with strands of connate 5 elements qi hanging down. The 5 great emperors were not the 5 heavenly emperors, nor the 5 elements sacred beasts, nor the 5 elements ancestral sorcerer. They were the 5 great emperors of the 5 paths, the heavenly emperor, the immortal emperor, the human emperor, the divine emperor, and the underworld emperor. They symbolized the 5 strongest great daos of the primordial world. The 5 great emperors connected with each other, and the surrounding connate Taiji Qi seemed to be suppressed and calmed down. Then, Feng Zichen, with the canopy of the 5 great emperors, accompanied by the connate yin-yang destruction divine light, wandered around the world of the Taiji painting. Here there was no passage of time, up or down, left or right, and there were no living creatures. Other than the endless Kanate Taiji Chi, there was only endless loneliness. Feng Zichen wandered around aimlessly for a while, but he didn't find any exit. It was as if this world was boundless and had no end. Sigh, Saint Taiching, since you invited me into the Taiji painting, how can I not give you a gift in return? How can I live up to your kindness? At a certain moment, Feng Zichen suddenly stopped and said with a strange smile. Then, Zichen unsheathed his sword and released a dazzling sword light, slashing forward. Whoosh, a snow-white sword light appeared, as if it was the light of the creation of heaven and earth. It slashed in the void, separating yin and yang and the two elements. In an instant, the two elements were separated, and yin and yang were born. Then, yin and yang rotated, giving birth to endless power of creation. Then, the 4 elements and 8 trigrams appeared, giving birth to endless Tao laws. It was like a frame, imprinted in the void, supporting a part of the world. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of dazzling sword light bloomed from Zichen's sword, carrying the Tao intent of the creation of heaven and earth. It slashed in the void, separating yin and yang and the two elements. Under the creation of Zichen's sword, this new world became more and more stable and perfect. Gradually, the Kanate 5 elements Qi was born, filling every corner of the world. At a certain moment, Feng Zichen's heart stirred, and a drop of blood essence flew out of his body, landing in this new world. Boom! The drop of blood essence fell. At first, it was only a drop the size of a soybean, but when it entered the new world, it was tainted with the aura of the birth of heaven and earth. Its body began to expand rapidly, and soon, it became hundreds of millions of miles in size. At the same time, the body of the drop of blood essence was constantly stretching. The moment it landed on the ground, it had already turned into a towering immortal mountain, standing between heaven and earth, supporting the world. This mountain was the heavenly pillar of this world. When the heavenly pillar was erected, the boiling power of earth, fire, water, and wind instantly calmed down, and heaven and earth were completely stabilized. Outside this world, a faint light curtain appeared, isolating this world from the outside world's Kanate Tai Chi Chi. This was the heavenly curtain of this world. Ha ha! Seeing this world take shape, Feng Zichen chuckled, stepped into this world, sat cross-legged on the peak of the heavenly pillar, and began to operate this world. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled. Under Feng Zichen's power, this world seemed to have turned into a huge formation, and it began to operate. A supreme suction force spread out from this world, engulfing everything and crazily devouring the surrounding Kanate Tai Chi Chi. The Tai Chi diagram was not the chaos outside the world, it was really boundless. The Tai Chi diagram still had a boundary, it was just that Feng Zichen couldn't find it. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't find it, he would find a way to force it to appear. Since the power of the Tai Chi diagram was limited, it was easy to do. As long as he drained the power of the Tai Chi diagram, its boundary would naturally appear. Feng Zichen's purpose of opening this world was to drain the Kanate Tai Chi Chi in the Tai Chi diagram, so as to force the boundary of the Tai Chi diagram to appear. This idea was not bad, but if it could really break open the Tai Chi diagram so easily, it would not be called one of the strongest Kanate treasures in the primordial world. Even if the Kanate Tai Chi Chi in the Tai Chi diagram was not endless, it was not much different. With the devouring speed of this small world, even if it took thousands of years, it would not be drained dry. Fortunately, Feng Zichen did not want to drain the Kanate Tai Chi Chi in the Tai Chi diagram. He just wanted to use this method to shake the origin of the Tai Chi diagram and find an opportunity to attack it. Faster, faster! Although there was already a lot of Kanate Tai Chi Chi in the surroundings, Feng Zichen still felt that it was not enough. Therefore, with a thought, he ignited the origin of this world. Rumble! The origin of heaven and earth was ignited, and this world erupted with astonishing power. The huge suction force almost increased by dozens of times. The endless Kanate Tai Chi Chi was wrapped by the huge suction force and poured into the burning origin of heaven and earth, turning into new fuel, making the origin fire even more vigorous. At the same time, this also made the suction force of this world stronger. More and more Kanate Tai Chi Chi was devoured and refined by this world. Gradually, the surrounding Kanate Tai Chi Chi became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Feng Zichen did not do this without a price. Chapter 793. Such a large-scale burning of the origin of the world was also a huge damage to this world. One could see that under the sweeping of the Kanate Taiji Chi, the sky of this world had long shattered. The earth and sky were also slowly collapsing. It would not be long before this world would completely shatter and return to chaos. However, it did not matter. As long as he could achieve his goal, so be it if this world was destroyed. As long as its destruction was valuable. The large-scale reduction of the Kanate Taiji Chi caused the world inside the Taiji painting to become unstable. The entire world was shaking. It was reflected in the outside world. Everyone saw that not long after Feng Zichen entered, the Taiji painting began to tremble violently, as if someone was attacking crazily inside. However, the Taiji painting was a heaven-opening treasure after all. No matter how much it shook, there were no signs of it shattering. It seems that fellow Taoist Gaochen has already begun to break the situation. The Grand Pure One stroked his white beard and stared at the Taiji painting with a smile. He was very confident in the Taiji painting and did not think that Feng Zichen had the power to break out of the painting. However, the Taiji painting's performance inevitably caused a ripple in his heart. However, due to the fact that everyone was present, he could not go forward to check the situation of the Taiji painting. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that he was not confident? The demeanor that he had tried his best to maintain previously had completely collapsed. Ripples continued in his heart, but for the sake of his face, the Grand Pure One had no choice but to put on a confident smile. He was smiling on the surface, but in his heart, putting aside what the Grand Pure One was thinking, the Taiji painting could not be replenished with the large-scale loss of the Kanate Taiji Chi. There was a slight obstruction in its operation. It was this slight disharmony that allowed Feng Zichen to seize the opportunity and lock onto the origin of the Taiji painting. No, it was not Feng Zichen. There was a problem with the operation of the Taiji painting. He did not have the ability to lock onto the origin of the Taiji painting through this disharmony. The one who had locked onto the origin of the Taiji painting was the Taiji Patriarch. As the previous owner of the Taiji painting and its natural owner, the Taiji Patriarch was naturally very familiar with the Taiji painting. Any mistakes could not be hidden from the Taiji Patriarch's eyes. Found it! After confirming the origin of the Taiji diagram, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly detonated the world under his feet. With a boom, the Taiji painting trembled and almost fell from the sky. The Grand Pure One's heart tightened. He thought that the Taiji painting had been broken by Feng Zichen. He took a look and saw that the Taiji diagram still did not show any signs of shattering. Only then did he relax. However, for some reason, a layer of haze gradually covered the Grand Pure One's heart. Within the Taiji diagram, as the small world self-detonated, boundless energy erupted, causing that flaw to be magnified infinitely. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Zichen's incarnation, the Taiji Patriarch, separated from his body and quietly came to the origin of the Taiji painting to hide. The Taiji Patriarch's aura was the same as the Taiji diagram. Because he was the old master of the Taiji diagram would not reject him. Therefore, if the Taiji Patriarch hid in the Taiji diagram, unless he took the initiative to expose himself, the Grand Pure One would not be able to detect his traces. leaving the Taiji Patriarch in the Taiji diagram was an unstable bomb to the Grand Pure One. At the same time, it was also the beginning of the Taiji diagram leaving the Grand Pure One's control and returning it to its original owner. The seed had been planted. Next, it was time for it to take root and sprout. After doing all that, Feng Zichen looked around and prepared to leave. Now that there was a problem with the operation of the Taiji diagram, it was the best time for him to escape. Boom! With a thought, the human Tao Imperial Seal and the 10,000 Spirit Crown emitted a resplendent light at the same time. An incomparable power surged out from Feng Zichen's body and swept out in all directions. Rumble! At this moment, the origin of the Taiji diagram was shaken by this powerful force and some cracks appeared. At the same time, the Taiji Patriarch's incarnation seized the opportunity and crawled into the crack before the origin of the Taiji diagram recovered, fusing with it. Before the first attack retreated, Feng Zichen's second attack had already followed. With the support of the two Khanate treasures, the Zichen sword bloomed with unprecedented light and turned into an unparalleled sword light that swept forward. Rumble! When the sword appeared, heaven and earth shook. The unbreakable void shattered under Feng Zichen's stunning sword light, and a huge crack appeared. Through this crack, one could vaguely see the outside world. Haha, let's go. Feng Zichen reached out and grabbed a ball of Khanate Taiji origin from the nearby void. Only then did he laugh and step out of the Taiji diagram. That ball of Khanate origin was none other than the origin of heaven and earth left behind after the greater thousand world that he had created was destroyed. Although he had burned a lot of it before, because he had swallowed too much Khanate Taiji Chi, not only did it not decrease, but it had also become stronger. The purest quintessence of the heavens and the earth left behind after the destruction of a major world was worth as much as a supreme-grade natural spirit treasure. Even if the Taiji diagram had a deep foundation, it would be weak for a period of time after suddenly losing so much origin. This time, the Grand Pure One had suffered a great loss when he let Feng Zichen walk into the Taiji diagram. In the outside world, what everyone saw was this scene. After the Taiji diagram trembled for a moment, it suddenly shone brightly. Endless Khanate Taiji Chi surged out and shattered the surrounding void. Then, a graceful figure slowly walked out of the void and arrived in front of everyone. Grand Pure One, I was lucky to win this round. Looking at the Grand Pure One, Feng Zichen said humbly. And at the instant his voice fell, the Taiji diagram suddenly retracted all the strange phenomena and returned to normal. However, compared to before, its aura was clearly much weaker. It was obvious that it was severely injured. Holding the Taiji diagram in his hand, the Grand Pure One sensed the loss of the treasure's origin and could not help but gasp in pain. Fellow Taoist, you won. The karma between you and the poor way is over. Without asking Feng Zichen how he broke the Taiji diagram, the Grand Pure One suppressed the anger in his heart and replied stiffly. Thank you for letting me win, Grand Pure One. Feng Zichen smiled humbly and retracted his gaze from the Grand Pure One. The Grand Pure One's expression management was very good. Feng Zichen could not see anything strange on his face. He did not know if he had noticed the abnormality of the Taiji diagram. However, it did not matter. He had already tried his best. If the Grand Pure One could still discover it, there was nothing he could do. However, according to Feng Zichen's estimation, the Grand Pure One should not have discovered it. Otherwise, he would not have been so calm. Just wait and see. If the Grand Pure One really discovered something unusual, he would definitely attack the Taiji Patriarch. At that time, he would know everything. After a while, the Grand Pure One asked Feng Zichen. The karma between us has been settled. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, how are you going to settle the karma between you and the poor way? Hearing that, Feng Zichen thought for a while and replied, Grand Pure One, there's no hurry. It won't be too late to talk about it after I finish discussing the Tao with the other 4 saints. After saying that, Feng Zichen looked at the other 4 people and asked, "May I know which fellow Taoist will be the next to ask the question?" After receiving the answer, the Grand Pure One did not say anything and silently retreated to the side. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning took a step forward and took out the Pangu banner. "Fellow Taoist Gauchen, the poor way has a Pangu banner. There's a world inside. Fellow Taoist, please go in and take a look. If you can walk out within 100 years, the karma will disappear. Vice versa." As he spoke, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning threw out the Pangu banner and stood in the void. In an instant, a mighty force that could destroy everything spread out from the Pangu banner, shattering everything around it. The Pangu banner was formed by the blade of the heaven-opening axe. It was the best treasure among the 3 treasures of heaven opening. Back then, Pangu had used that treasure to break through the chaos and create the world. It had the power to tear apart the chaos in Hongmeng, shatter the space-time power of the heavens, the Tao of creation, the power to control the profundities of all Dharma, and the ability to create the universe. It was known as the nemesis of all defensive Dharma treasures. In terms of killing, that treasure could be considered the best in the primordial world. Even the god-slaying spear and the immortal vanquishing 4 swords could not compare to it. The Pangu banner stood in the void, appearing chaotic and mysterious yellow. On the banner, the baleful aura of the heavenly gods surged, as if it wanted to destroy the chaos and open up the world again. The banner showed the supreme scene of the great god Pangu creating the world. Outside the banner, there were prophecies of the great Tao surrounding it, and inside the banner, there were heaven-opening talismans. The 5-colored light illuminated the heavens. Pangu's saint aura shocked the universe. Just looking at the Pangu banner, Feng Zichen felt a great pressure. Could even break the world, let alone a saint. In theory, if the power of the Pangu banner was fully unleashed, it could even split the heavenly Tao, let alone a saint. However, because the 3 treasures of heaven opening were too powerful, Pangu was worried that they would affect the operation of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, he sealed most of their power. For this reason, the 3 treasures of heaven opening appeared in the primordial world as connate merit cardinal treasures. No way, no way. Could it be that someone really thought that the 3 treasures that Pangu used to create the world were only connate cardinal treasures? Was it a joke? How could Feng Zichen, who had several connate cardinal treasures, not know that connate cardinal treasures had such great power? As cardinal treasures, the Pangu banner, the Taiji painting, and the Chaos Bell were called heaven-opening cardinal treasures. They could be separated and form their own system. The other treasures, such as the Zhouxing painting, the Cosmic Cauldron, and so on, were called connate cardinal treasures. Yes, it was also because most of the power of the 3 treasures of heaven opening had been sealed by Pangu that the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and the East Emperor Tai could not completely refine the 3 treasures. If not for that, why would Feng Zichen dare to have designs on the Taiji painting? Chapter 794. A Dharma treasure that had been completely refined was equivalent to its owner's clone. Basically, no one could take it away. However, a Dharma treasure that had not been completely refined was different. As long as it was branded with someone else's mark, there was a possibility that it could be taken away. Fellow Taoist, please. Seeing that Feng Zichen did not move for a long time, the primeval Lord of Heaven reminded him. All right, let me experience the power of the number 1 killing treasure in the untainted land. After taking a deep look at the primeval Lord of Heaven, Feng Zichen stepped into the Pangu banner. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he entered the Pangu banner, the purplish-black Dutian divine killing chi surged toward Feng Zichen in an overwhelming manner. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared out of their wits when they saw the Dutian divine killing chi and would hurriedly resist. However, Feng Zichen was different. He opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the Dutian divine killing qi into his stomach. Feng Zichen, who had already reverted to the Pangu Taoist body, was not afraid of the Dutian divine killing qi at all. To others, the Dutian divine killing qi might be the most terrifying power in the world. However, to him, it was just a tonic. After the Dutian divine killing qi, there were streaks of chaotic sword light that could split the sky and earth. They slashed from the depths of the Dutian world, densely packed and innumerable. Not daring to be careless, Feng Zichen directly activated the 10,000 spirit crown, and 72 streaks of dark light hung down to protect himself. At the same time, the two supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures, Zichen's sword and Million sword illustration, together with the innate ultimate treasure, the human Tao Emperor seal, blasted forward crazily under the control of Feng Zichen. The Pangu banner was not the Taiji diagram. Feng Zichen did not have the help of the Taiji ancestor to deal with it. If he wanted to break through, he could only use brute force. Moreover, it was not enough to destroy it from the inside. He had to use some external tricks. While Feng Zichen was frantically unleashing his mystic abilities in the Dutian realm, the outside world wasn't calm either. The myriad gods' portrait hanging above the conferred god altar suddenly soared into the air and ruthlessly slammed into Pangu's banner. The current painting of the gods was incredible. The return of the myriad gods caused the destiny of the divine Tao to be perfect. As the treasure of destiny of the divine Tao, the power of the myriad gods diagram naturally increased as well. Once it erupted, its might was comparable to a connate cardinal treasure with the support of the divine Tao fortune. And just as the million gods painting was about to collide with Pangu's banner, the heaven and earth trembled and the innate sword Tao descended, turning into an invisible divine sword that slashed towards Pangu's banner from afar. Before the primeval Lord of Heaven could react, the Pantheon painting and the connate sword Tao had already struck Pangu's banner. Whoosh, sensing danger, the Pangu's banner spontaneously flared with boundless light, turning into streaks of chaotic sword light that slashed at the two treasures. Heaven and earth trembled with a boom, and even time and space seemed to freeze. An unparalleled power erupted, sweeping out in all directions with Pangu's banner as the center. Everywhere it passed, space shattered layer by layer, and rules and order crumbled one after another. Everything was destroyed, transforming into a state of nothingness. The onlookers couldn't help but be alarmed by this scene. They hurriedly employed various methods to eliminate the aftershocks of the mystic abilities. After the clash, the Pantheon painting and the connate sword Tao were both sent flying. As for Pangu's banner, nothing seemed to have changed on the outside, but the Dutian realm within it was in turmoil. Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and activated the human Tao imperial seal with all its might. It turned into a giant Pangu's phalanx and stabbed viciously at the Dutian realm. For some reason, the Pangu's phalanx seemed to resonate with something in the depths of the Dutian realm. Then, a streak of black light flew out and fused with the Pangu's phalanx. In an instant, the power of the Pangu's phalanx increased by a great deal. Rumble! A hole was forcefully punched through the Dutian realm. Let's go! Feng Zichen didn't dare to hesitate and didn't have time to check the situation of the human Tao imperial seal. He put away all the treasures and turned into a ray of purple light that entered the crack of the Dutian world and charged out. In the outside world, the onlookers had just calmed down the mystic abilities when they saw Feng Zichen charge out of the Pangu's banner. Fellow Taoist primeval beginning, thank you for letting me win. Feng Zichen said modestly as he walked up to the primeval Lord of Heaven. He was in a very good mood right now, not because he'd broken through the Pangu's banner, but because of the changes in the human Tao imperial seal. Just now, Feng Zichen had discovered that the black light surging out of the depths of the Dutian realm was a wisp of the Pangu's imprint. When the Pangu's imprint fused with the Pangu's phalanx, which had only been an empty shell, regained a wisp of the Pangu's Taoist rhyme. This alone was enough to double the power of the Pangu's phalanx. Not to mention, after regaining the Pangu's Taoist rhyme, the Pangu's phalanx had turned from a dead object to a living object and had the possibility of continuing to grow. He'd only been invited by the primeval Lord of Heaven to challenge the Pangu's banner once. He hadn't expected to obtain a fortuitous opportunity from it. How could Feng Zichen not be happy? "My friend, you're really good," the primeval Lord of Heaven said with a dark face as he put away the Pangu's banner. He hadn't expected that Feng Zichen would choose to attack the Pangu's banner from the outside. He'd been careless for a moment and had run out. Otherwise, the primeval Lord of Heaven would have refined him to death in the Pangu's banner. You're welcome," Feng Zichen, who was in a good mood, pretended not to hear the sarcasm in the primeval Lord of Heaven's words and replied politely to him. "Humph." Seeing this, the primeval Lord of Heaven snorted coldly and turned around to retreat. Then, before Feng Zichen could speak, the Tongtian sect leader stood up and said to him, "My friend Gaochen, the poor way will set the next test." "Sage, please enlighten me." Feng Zichen stopped smiling and replied seriously. The Tongtian sect leader waved his hand and said with a smile, "No rush, no rush. My friend Gaochen, you've passed 2 tests in a row and must have consumed a lot of energy. The poor way has no intention to take advantage of you. I'll wait for you to recover a little before I set the test." Hearing this, Feng Zichen didn't refuse and silently devoured the Khanate origin to recover. Just as the Tongtian sect leader had said, he had consumed a lot of energy after passing 2 tests in a row and didn't have much energy left. Especially in the Tai Chi diagram, he had almost used up half of his energy. The Tongtian sect leader's problem is most likely the fairy-slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen thought silently as he recovered. The Taiching sage's test was the Tai Chi diagram, and the primeval Lord of Heaven's test was the Pangu's banner. If there were no accidents, the Tongtian sect leader's test should be the fairy-slaying sword formation. This was probably the most difficult test. As long as the fairy-slaying sword formation was broken, the remaining 2 saints would be nothing to be afraid of. However, this fairy-slaying sword formation was probably not easy to break. It wasn't that it was stronger than the Tai Chi diagram and the Pangu's banner, but because of the uniqueness of the fairy-slaying sword formation. When the world mentioned the fairy-slaying sword formation, they probably only knew that this formation was unparalleled in killing and could not be broken without the 4 saints. However, very few people knew that the fairy-slaying sword formation was not only a killing formation, but also a trapping formation. The so-called, "it could not be broken without the 4 saints" could be understood in another way. Only when the 4 saints worked together could they break the fairy-slaying sword formation. What if the 3 saints worked together? If they couldn't break the fairy-slaying sword formation, would the 3 saints be trapped in the formation? One could imagine the difficulty of breaking a formation. One might fall into the formation if they weren't careful. The Tongtian sect leader didn't need to trap Feng Zichen for long. He only needed 100 years and this battle would be considered his victory. All kinds of methods to break the formation flashed through Feng Zichen's mind, but he rejected them one by one. The fairy-slaying sword formation was not easy to break. In the end, after Feng Zichen's strength had completely recovered, he couldn't think of any good ideas. But now, he couldn't delay any longer. Sigh. He sighed. Feng Zichen finally decided to go all out. Who said that one person couldn't break the fairy-slaying sword formation? When Tao ancestor Hongjuan's 3 corpses came out together, didn't he break the fairy-slaying sword formation with his own strength? Although the Tao ancestor cheated, that was also a formation that he broke with his own strength. If the Tao ancestor could do it, Feng Zichen would definitely be able to do it too. Who was worse than who? Moreover, who said that Feng Zichen wouldn't cheat? One had to know that the 4 fairy-slaying swords were swords. Even if they were innate treasures, they were still swords and had to be restrained by Feng Zichen, the primordial sword ancestor. If he couldn't suppress 10,000 swords, how could Feng Zichen call himself the sword ancestor? Saint, please enlighten me. Standing up, Feng Zichen said to the Tongtian sect leader. Taking out the 4 fairy-slaying swords, the Tongtian sect leader said, I think Taoist Gaochen has also guessed the question that the poor Wei is going to ask. That's right, it's the fairy-slaying sword formation. The poor Wei has set up the fairy-slaying sword formation here, and there's no need for you to break the formation. After 100 years, if you can walk out of the formation, you'll win. Otherwise, the poor Wei will win. The Tongtian sect leader didn't let Feng Zichen break the formation, but only let him break through the formation. The difficulty was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. The Tongtian sect leader was indeed an honest person. Feng Zichen didn't have much confidence in breaking the formation, but he still had the confidence to break through the formation. Thank you, Saint. Thanking the Tongtian sect leader, Feng Zichen said, Saint, please set up the formation. Well said, well said. With a laugh, the Tongtian sect leader read, It's not copper, iron, or steel. It was once hidden under Mount Meru. If you don't use yin and yang to refine it, how can you not use water and fire to temper it? The fairy-slaying sword is sharp, the fairy-slaying sword is dead, the fairy-trapping sword is red everywhere, the fairy-slaying sword is infinitely changing, the Daluo Immortal's blood stains his robe. Accompanied by the Tongtian sect leaders singing, the 4 fairy-slaying swords and the fairy-slaying sword formation flew out of his body and slowly spread out between the 2 of them. In an instant, between heaven and earth, endless killing intent filled the air, dyeing the sky dark red, causing everyone present to feel a chill in their hearts. 4 blood-red long swords slowly appeared, divided into 4 directions of heaven and earth. Under the influence of the sword formation, the sword intent gradually connected into one. Whoosh, a blood-red light flashed, and a blood-red world suddenly appeared in front of Feng Zichen. That was the fairy-slaying sword formation, one of the 3 major formations of the untainted land. Since the fall of the demon ancestor Rahu, the fairy-slaying sword formation had not been shown to anyone. At this moment, in order to deal with Feng Zichen, the fairy-slaying sword formation, which used to be invincible in the ancient times, once again showed its edge in front of the world. P.S. You didn't expect it, right? I updated 3 chapters. I heard that there are monthly votes, rewards, alliance leaders, silver alliances, and gold alliances. I don't know if it's true. Chapter 795. Taoist friend Gaochen, please. After the immortal killing sword formation was set up, Sect Master Tongtian invited Feng Zichen to enter and then took the lead to enter the sword formation, waiting for him at the eye of the formation. There were 4 gates in the fairy-slaying sword formation, east, west, north, and south. Above each gate, there was a connate killing sword hanging upside down. The first fairy-slaying sword, the second fairy-slaughtering sword, the third fairy-trapping sword, and the 4th fairy-eliminating sword. The east was the fairy-slaying gate, which was guarded by the fairy-slaying sword. Its sharpness was the best among the 4 swords. The west was the fairy-trapping gate, which was guarded by the fairy-trapping sword. When the fairy-trapping sword moved, all immortals were killed. The south was the celestial slaying gate, which was guarded by the fairy-slaughtering sword. The north was the Juetian gate, which was guarded by the Juetian sword. To break this formation, 4 experts of the same level had to take down 4 swords at the same time. It was useless to take down 1 sword. It was not good to take down all 4 swords at the same time. One could imagine how difficult it was to break this formation. At the end of the primordial age, the demon ancestor Luo Ho had set up this formation. Even when the 4 super experts, Ancestor Hongjun, Ancestor Yang Mei, Ancestor Yin Yang, and Ancestor Qiankuan, joined forces, they could not break this formation. In the end, it was because Ancestor Yin Yang and Ancestor Qianquan risked their lives to break the formation that the fairy-slaying sword formation had a flaw. Ancestor Yin Yang and his 3 incarnations took down 4 swords at the same time to break this formation. In an unknown time and space, Tong Tian had set up this formation. The 4 sages joined forces with 2 Khanate treasures to break this formation. Feng Zichen wanted to break this formation by himself, which could not be described as difficult. However, it was fortunate that he was not breaking the formation, but only breaking through it. This undoubtedly reduced the difficulty by a lot. While Feng Zichen was thinking, Tong Tian had already arrived at the eye of the formation. He stood on a platform and shouted at him, "Taoist friend Gaochen, if you can break through here, you win this round." After that, Tong Tian closed his eyes and stopped talking, waiting for Feng Zichen to break through the formation. After taking a deep look at the immortal slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen moved. A majestic divine consciousness gushed out from his body and established contact with the Gaochen imperial star in the boundless starry sky. After bowing to the Gaochen Emperor star, Feng Zichen suddenly said, "Fellow Gaochen, please lend me a hand." As soon as his voice fell, the Gaochen imperial star immediately shone brightly. Boundless starlight fell and slowly condensed into a human figure in front of Feng Zichen. At the same time, in the sky above the heavenly court, where endless golden light gathered, the providence of the heavenly court began to tremble. Immediately after, a huge amount of fate energy suddenly separated from the heavenly court's fate energy, turning into the image of the North Star and pouncing towards the figure formed by the North Star's starlight. On the other side, the diagram of the gods trembled, bringing over divine Tao luck. The Gaochen's fate descended and transformed into a noble imperial robe that draped over the figure condensed from starlight. The diagram of the gods flew over and landed in his right hand. The divine Tao luck energy also fused with him, causing his face to gradually become clearer. It was Feng Zichen's appearance. To be precise, it was his appearance when he was the Emperor of the North Star in the Heaven Realm. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." As soon as the incarnation took shape, he bowed to Feng Zichen. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from his body, sweeping through the heavens and the earth, the past, the present, and the future. Primordial Chaos. Primordial Chaos Daluo Jinxian. This was another expert on the level of Primordial Chaos Daluo Jinxian. This Gaochen incarnation was formed by Feng Zichen using the essence of the Gaochen Imperial Star, supplemented by the providence of the Heavenly Court and Divine Tao luck. Therefore, when it was born, it had a mighty power comparable to Primordial Chaos Daluo Jinxian. However, although its combat strength was strong, it had a huge flaw, and that was that it could not exist for a long time. At most, it could last for a period of time before dissipating. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would be invincible. Of course, just a period of time was enough for Feng Zichen to deal with the current crisis. After bowing to the Emperor of the North Star's incarnation, Feng Zichen said, "Thank you for coming to help, fellow Taoist. Please rest at the side for a while. 2 other fellow Taoists will be coming later." After saying that, Feng Zichen bowed in the direction of the human race and shouted, "I'm in trouble today. Please help me." As soon as he finished speaking, the providence of the human race and the path of the gods and demons shook at the same time and gathered in this direction. At the same time, the human Tao imperial seal in Feng Zichen's hand trembled non-stop. It flew out of his hand and fused with the 2 surging providences. Not long after, a majestic emperor wearing an imperial robe and a crown appeared in front of everyone with the imperial seal in his hand. His appearance was exactly the same as when Feng Zichen ruled over the human race. This was another primordial chaos expert, the sacred emperor of the ancient human race, the founder of the path of the gods and demons, the Zichen clan of the human race. The Zichen clan greets fellow Taoist. After the Zichen clan arrived, they bowed to Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen returned the greeting. "Thank you for coming to help, fellow Taoist." This was the incarnation of the human race and the path of the gods and demons, supplemented by the connate cardinal treasure, the human Tao imperial seal. Its strength was even stronger than the Emperor of the North Star. To break the immortal slaying sword formation, 4 primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian level experts were needed. Now, including Feng Zichen, there were already 3 primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian present. In other words, there was still one person missing. In the end, Feng Zichen took a deep breath and bowed to the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and everything in the world. "Today I am in trouble. I hope Father can help me." As his voice fell, the world, the sun, the moon, the mountains, the rivers, the great Tao, the rules, everything in the world trembled, as if they were excited and cheering. Then, an indescribable great power suddenly spread out. It was like a group of stars, but vaster than the starry sky. It was also like the earth, but heavier than the earth. At this moment, not only the people present, but even the powerful divines who were not paying attention to the battle were alarmed. They looked at Feng Zichen in surprise and doubt. Because, this power, it was the power that belonged to Pangu. It was great, great, unimaginably great. In the untainted land, there was no other power that could be compared to it. The moment this power appeared, the demon god of chaos who was hiding in the dark accidentally leaked a trace of his aura out of extreme shock. Although this strand of aura disappeared in an instant, it was still noticed by a certain observant person who was not present. It was Dong Wangtai. Although he left disheartened, he was able to hide in the dark and quietly track down the traces of the demon god of chaos. The battle between Feng Zichen and the 5 saints to settle the karma was earth-shattering. The result of this battle would affect countless spacetimes. Countless people were paying attention to this battle. Even the demon god of chaos would pay attention to this battle in order to settle the situation in the untainted land. And this gave the people a chance to find their traces. Therefore, Dong Wangtai found an excuse to leave. From the light to the dark, he stared at the untainted land, not letting go of anything that was wrong. Finally, God did not disappoint those who worked hard. At the moment when Feng Zichen summoned the power of Pangu, the demon god of chaos who had been hiding in the dark finally revealed a trace of himself. With a stir of his mind, Dong Wangtai followed this trace of aura and went down. The scene turned back to Feng Zichen. The moment Pangu's power appeared, the mark representing the great Taoist priests in his body suddenly flew out of his body and suspended in the air. After sensing the aura of the mark of the great Taoist priests, the surrounding Pangu's power all rushed toward it. Under the power of Pangu, the mark representing the identity of the great Taoist priests suddenly began to twist and slowly turned into a figure. In the end, the power of Pangu and the mark of the great Taoist priests disappeared at the same time, forming a supreme deity who looked exactly like Feng Zichen. Boom! As soon as the supreme deity appeared, a majestic power spread out from his body. The level of the power was only that of the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, but it gave people the feeling that he could suppress everything and was even more powerful than the way of heaven. Under this power, the power of the extremely powerful immortal slaying sword formation was suppressed by 20% and could only exert 80% of its power. This was the weakening of the will of heaven and earth. Even if Tong Tian tried his best, he could not erase this suppressive power. Not only the immortal slaying sword formation, but the power of the rest of the people was also weakened by 20% when facing the supreme deity. It felt as if heaven and earth did not want anyone to hurt the supreme deity, so it took the initiative to suppress the power of all living beings to protect his safety. This incarnation was formed by Feng Zichen with the mark of the great Taoist priests and the power of Pangu. In a sense, it was not wrong to say that he was the noblest existence in the untainted land. Therefore, no one would be surprised by anything that happened to him, because his existence itself was beyond common sense. Before the fight started, the power of the immortal slaying sword formation was weakened by 20%. For a moment, Tong Tian's heart could not help but sink. He felt that he was a little overconfident in this battle. He should not have been so confident to let Feng Zichen break the formation instead of breaking it. However, Tong Tian had already said it. Even if he felt guilty, he could not change his words now. After the great Taoist priests appeared, he bowed to Feng Zichen and said, "Greetings, Taoist brother. I am from the Pangazichen clan." "Greetings, Taoist brother. Thank you for coming to help." After returning the salute, Feng Zichen looked at the three incarnations of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian in front of him and sighed with emotion in his heart. If these three incarnations could exist in the world forever, who in the untainted land could be his opponent? It was not nonsense to rule the world with one hand. Alas, although these incarnations of luck were strong, they could not exist for long. It was really a pity. This was also the reason why everyone was not too shocked when they saw Feng Zichen summon three incarnations of the primordial chaos in a row. They also knew this method of using luck to create an incarnation. They were also well aware of the drawbacks. The only difference was that they could not summon three incarnations at once like Feng Zichen. Looking at the three of them, Feng Zichen said, "Fellow Taoists, I am in trouble today. I hope you can help me and accompany me to break through the immortal slaying sword formation, which is one of the top three in the untainted land." Strictly speaking, these three people could not be regarded as the incarnations of Feng Zichen. Instead of calling them the incarnations of Feng Zichen, it was better to say that they were the manifestation of luck in the human world. In essence, they were the incarnations of luck. However, they were manifested through Feng Zichen's hands and had a relationship with him. Therefore, Feng Zichen was very polite to the three of them. The three of them had different personalities. After hearing Feng Zichen's request, they each replied, "It's a piece of cake." "Well said, well said. Fellow Taoist, you are too polite." After talking to the three of them, Feng Zichen turned to look at the immortal slaying sword formation and suddenly took out the Zichen sword and the million sword illustration. Without the luck of the human tribe, the karmic position of the Emperor of North Star, and the mark of the great Taoist priests. Now, in addition to his powerful strength, Feng Zichen had the identity of the Khanate sword ancestor. Whoosh, gently shaking the million gods illustration, Feng Zichen integrated it into the Zichen sword. For a moment, the power of the Zichen sword skyrocketed. At the same time, the Khanate sword principle fell silently and blessed the Zichen sword. Rumble! At this moment, the Zichen sword surpassed the limit and stepped into the level of Khanate ultimate treasure. At this time, Feng Zichen pointed at the immortal slaying sword formation and shouted, "Swords, come!" The sword ancestor ordered. The famous swords of the primitive era vibrated together, and each released a ray of sword light, rushing toward the direction Zichen's sword was pointing in response to the sword ancestor's call. Even the two primordial killing swords, Yuan-Tu and Avici, as well as the four immortal slaying swords in front of Feng Zichen, responded to his call. Each of them let out a sword cry and a wisp of sword light. "Sword realm, open!" Seeing the sword light converging, Feng Zichen waved his sword fiercely. There were more than hundreds of millions of famous swords in the past and present. At this moment, all of their sword lights gathered together. Under Feng Zichen's control, the sword lights gradually converged and formed a huge world that belonged to swords. Then, it slowly enveloped the immortal slaying sword formation. Under the sword realm, even the powerful immortal slaying sword formation was suppressed. Its power was suppressed by another 10%, leaving only 70%. Of course, if the immortal slaying sword formation was in its peak state, Feng Zichen could only suppress 5% of its power at most. However, the current immortal slaying sword formation only had 80% of its power left. Its power was not as strong as before. Under the suppression of Feng Zichen, he could suppress 10% of its power. In the immortal slaying sword formation, sect leader Tongtian's face had completely darkened. The battle had not yet begun, but the power of the immortal slaying sword formation had been weakened to only 70%. How could he fight? Looking at the four primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, sect leader Tongtian was speechless. Given the current situation of the immortal slaying sword formation, it was certain that the other party would break through. In fact, if he was not careful, the other party might even break his formation. The power of this array formation was suppressed too severely. With a thought, sect leader Tongtian thought to himself, I should just surrender and admit defeat. It's better than losing face in front of everyone after the formation is broken. With that thought, sect leader Tongtian cleared his throat and was about to speak. Ahem, fellow Taoist Gaochen, you're really good. The battle has not yet begun, but you've already broken half of Poor Wei's formation. In this case, it's considered Poor Wei's loss. Sect leader Tongtian had prepared his words, but before he could speak, Feng Zichen and the others had already entered the formation. Chapter 796. Fellow Taoists, leave the Celestial Slayer Gate to me, said Feng Zichen as he walked into the Celestial Slayer Gate. When the other three saw this, they each chose a door and entered. The North Star Emperor chose the Celestial Slayer Gate. The human sovereign Zichen clan chose the Celestial Slayer Gate. The Grand Taoist priests Pangu and the Zichen clan chose the Celestial Slayer Gate. The four of them stepped forward and entered the Celestial Slayer sword formation. The Tongtian sect leader didn't say anything about surrendering. He formed a seal with his hands and shot out streaks of lightning, hitting the four Celestial Slayer swords. The four swords vibrated when they were hit by the lightning. There was a supreme sword light that swept towards the four of them. When the four of them entered the formation, they saw yellow fog and golden light in front of them. It was like a cloud, dazzling one's mind. At the same time, a murderous aura appeared in the formation and turned into the shape of swords and halberds. It surrounded the four of them like an iron bucket. After the four of them stepped into the formation, the four gates disappeared. The space slowly closed and became one. It was east, west, north, and south. It was like a bronze wall. They stepped forward and were about to enter the formation. Suddenly, the four of them heard the sound of thunder. Then, billions of sword light covered the sky and covered the earth, drowning the four of them. There was a saying that when the sword light flashed in the Celestial Slayer sword formation, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he was an immortal. Seeing the sword light coming, the four of them felt chills all over their body. The Celestial Slayer sword light was extremely sharp. The Celestial Slayer sword light was fatal. The Celestial Slayer sword light was bloody. The Celestial Slayer sword light was full of changes. Whoosh! Before the other three of them could attack, Feng Zichen raised the Zichen sword and shot out billions of sword light to meet the attack. Rumble! The sword light collided with the Celestial Slayer sword light, but the Celestial Slayer sword light was stronger. It shattered Zichen's sword light and slashed towards Feng Zichen. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Inexplicably, the void trembled, and the phantoms of 10,000 spirits appeared. They gathered behind Feng Zichen and formed a dazzling divine halo. It hung behind his head and shrouded him in boundless divine light. Human Tao blessing, human Tao halo! Although the sword light pierced through Feng Zichen's protective divine light, its power was reduced by another 30%. Human Tao halos had the ability to weaken the enemy's attack. The immortal slaying sword light, which originally only had 70% of its power left, was now only 40% of its power after being weakened by 30%. What could 40% of his strength do? Dang, 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 dang. When the sword light hit Feng Zichen's body, it made a sound as if iron was being struck, but it did not hurt him at all. It made sense. Feng Zichen's physical body had long been polished to the point where it was comparable to a primordial treasure. How could the immortal slaying sword beam, which only had 40% of its power, hurt him? Seeing this scene, Tongtian's face, which was already dark, became as dark as the bottom of a pot. He really wanted to leave. How was he going to fight? This was not the way to bully others. This was the first time the immortal slaying sword formation had shown its power in his hands, and he had encountered such an opponent. This had dealt a heavy blow to Tongtian's confidence. Moreover, if the immortal slaying sword formation, which could not be broken except by the four saints, was broken by one person, then everyone would not say that the immortal slaying sword formation was not good enough, but that he, Tongtian, was not good enough. After all, the immortal slaying sword formation had a glorious battle record in the hands of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Because of this, it was known as one of the three great formations of the primordial world. Why did the same magic treasure become useless when it was in his hands? Then, wasn't it obvious whose problem it was? He could not let the reputation of the immortal slaying sword formation fall in his hands. Thinking of this, Tongtian's face darkened, and he exerted more strength to activate the immortal slaying sword formation. In an instant, the power of the sword light that surged over increased by 30%. Moreover, in the sword formation, there was suddenly an endless murderous aura. It was like a bloody cloud that was extremely ferocious. It enveloped the four people in the formation and eroded their innate true spirits, obliterating their vitality. After Feng Zichen realized that the immortal slaying sword light did not have any effect on him, his gaze suddenly became strange. He felt that he could break the immortal slaying sword formation by himself. It was not to break through the immortal slaying sword formation, but to break the formation and take down the four immortal slaying swords by himself. Did he seem to value the immortal slaying sword formation too much by summoning his three incarnations? At present, other than the suppression power of the incarnation of the great Taoist priests, the other two incarnations had not made a move yet. Moreover, looking at the current situation, it seemed that there was no chance for them to make a move. As expected, this immortal slaying sword formation is not complete. After looking around at the immortal slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen silently withdrew his gaze. As he expected, the Grandmaster of Heaven's immortal slaying sword formation was not complete. Tao ancestor Hongjun had left a trick up his sleeve. As one of the three great formations of the untainted land, how could the immortal slaying sword formation be so weak that it was broken by Feng Zichen by himself? No matter how badly the immortal slaying sword formation was suppressed, it should not be like this. The reason why Feng Zichen was confident that he could break the immortal slaying sword formation was not because he was too powerful, but because the immortal slaying sword formation was not complete, causing his power to be far less powerful than in the legends. One must know that when the demon ancestor Rahu set up the immortal slaying sword formation, he had already been fighting with the 5 clan leaders of the 3 innate clans for many days and was seriously injured by the 5 innate sacred beasts. It was under such circumstances that the demon ancestor Rahu set up the immortal slaying sword formation in a seriously injured state and fought against the 4 peerless masters, including Tao ancestor Hongjun. Tao ancestor Hongjun was at the half-step primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian realm. He held the heaven-opening treasure, the Pangu banner. Patriarch Yinyang was also at the half-step primordial chaos realm. He held the heaven-opening treasure, the Taiji diagram. Patriarch Heaven and Earth was also at the half-step primordial chaos realm. He held the connate cardinal treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth. Patriarch Yang Mei and the half-step primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian had unknown Dharma treasures, but they were definitely not weaker than the heaven-opening treasure. 4 great masters of the same level came with 4 powerful connate cardinal treasures. They joined forces to fight the seriously injured demon ancestor Rahu. The difference in strength between the two sides was extremely obvious. This should have been a crushing situation. But the result was 2 of the 4 great masters were killed before the immortal slaying sword formation was broken and demon ancestor Rahu was forced to self-detonate. From this, it could be seen how powerful the immortal slaying sword formation was, compared to demon ancestor Rahu's immortal slaying sword formation, and then look at the immortal slaying sword formation set up by the Grandmaster of Heaven. What the hell is this? Primordial Chaos number 1 killing formation? Don't come out and embarrass yourself. If this formation was seen by outsiders, they would think that there was no one in the primordial chaos. Why did this happen? Because Grandmaster Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation was missing a lot of formation materials. The complete immortal slaying sword formation was not only made up of the immortal slaying 4 swords and the immortal slaying sword formation. It also had many powerful connate spiritual treasures. Why did Feng Zichen know so much? Of course, he saw it from Patriarch Yin Yang's memories. From that small piece of Patriarch Yin Yang's connate indestructible true spirit fragment, Feng Zichen saw all of his memories. Among them, it included the last moment of his life, when he fought the demon ancestor Rahu in the immortal slaying sword formation. Through Patriarch Yin Yang's vision, Feng Zichen saw the complete immortal slaying sword formation, which was many times grander than the one set up by Grandmaster Tongtian. It was the real immortal slaying sword formation. It was the supreme formation that the Chaos Demon God had comprehended from the Great Tao inheritance. Once it was set up, it directly covered more than half of the Western land. In front of him, the immortal slaying sword formation set up by Grandmaster Tongtian was not small, but compared with the immortal slaying sword formation that covered more than half of the Western land, it was the difference between Mount Kunlun and Mount Buzhou. At that time, the primordial chaos had not been broken. How big was more than half of the Western land? It was much bigger than the current primordial chaos. Feng Zichen found that the immortal slaying sword formation set up by the Sky Reaching School was completely different from the immortal slaying sword formation he saw in the memory of Taiji ancestor. That was why he dared to enter this formation with confidence. If Grandmaster Tongtian had set up the complete version of the immortal slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen would have surrendered and admitted defeat. Although the evil spirit in the immortal slaying sword formation was powerful, even the ordinary Daluo Taoist priests would be killed in an instant if they touched it. However, Feng Zichen and the other 3 were not ordinary people. They could even eat the evil spirit in the immortal slaying sword formation. The evil spirit in the immortal slaying sword formation was not even enough to tickle them. As for the sword light of the immortal slaying sword, it was more powerful, but Feng Zichen added another layer of defense for himself. Thanks to deity, Taoist Ziyun, and Taoist Donghua, who had tried their best to refine an emperor's robe for him, which was at the level of a primordial spirit treasure. A defensive magic treasure of this level was rare in the entire untainted land. With the protection of the emperor's robe and the 72 mysterious lights hanging down from the 10,000 spirit crown, the immortal slaying sword formation, which only had 40% of its power left, could not even break Feng Zichen's defense, let alone hurt him. In this way, Feng Zichen withstood the attack of the immortal slaying sword formation and walked slowly in the direction of sect leader Tongtian. Seeing this, sect leader Tongtian's face was so cold that a layer of frost could be scraped off. At this time, he really wanted to take out the Qingping sword and poke a few holes in Feng Zichen's body to suppress his arrogance. However, sect leader Tongtian had said before that this sentence only tested the immortal slaying sword formation. Therefore, except for the immortal slaying sword formation, he could not use any other magic treasures. Otherwise, how could sect leader Tongtian let Feng Zichen be so proud? He would have used all kinds of magic treasures to smash his head. Looking at sect leader Tongtian's increasingly ugly face, Feng Zichen could not help but point out the key point. Sect leader, do you feel that there is something wrong with the power of the immortal slaying sword formation? It seems to be much weaker than the rumors? As he walked leisurely, Feng Zichen said to sect leader Tongtian. Hearing this, sect leader Tongtian's heart could not help but sink. Without Feng Zichen's reminder, he also noticed that the situation of the immortal slaying sword formation was not right. Judging from the current performance of this formation, it was completely inconsistent with the rumors. Its power was much weaker. Sect leader Tongtian was very suspicious whether this formation was really as the Tao ancestor said, that only the 4 saints could break it. If he was not careful, he would be tricked by the Tao ancestor. With the performance of the immortal slaying sword formation, when the 4 saints came out together, he was afraid that they would directly tear down the formation and pull him out to fight. Fortunately, he had set up the immortal slaying sword formation in advance and knew the power of this formation in advance. Otherwise, if he really believed the Tao ancestors' nonsense and used this formation to fight against the 4 saints, the consequences would be unimaginable. Narrowing his eyes slightly, sect leader Tongtian stared at Feng Zichen with eyes full of surprise and doubt. Did he know something by asking this? Curious, sect leader Tongtian asked directly. Yes, the power of this formation is indeed far less powerful than the rumors. Judging from its current performance, it is not a problem to say that it is one of the top 10 formations of the untainted land, but it is a bit exaggerated to say that it is one of the top 3. Why, Taoist Gaochen seems to know the reason. After saying that, sect leader Tongtian stared at Feng Zichen closely, waiting for his answer to solve the doubts in his heart. Smiling, Feng Zichen did not answer sect leader Tongtian's question. Instead, he asked him, sect leader Tongtian was born at the end of ancient times. Your experience is far from what Zichen can compare to. It can be said that you are experienced and knowledgeable. Then I wonder if sect leader Tongtian has heard that when heaven and earth were first created, the qi of the 4 directions of heaven and earth gave birth to an innate door. Although he did not understand why Feng Zichen asked this question, sect leader Tongtian still answered, "Of course, I have heard of it. The 4 doors are all primordial spiritual treasures of the highest grade. They were obtained by Por Wei's master. When Di Jun established the heavenly court, Master gave them to him and turned them into the 4 heavenly gates of the heavenly court." Seeing that sect leader Tongtian knew about it, Feng Zichen nodded and said, "Sect leader Tongtian, have you thought about the consequences if you turn these 4 innate doors into the 4 gates of the immortal killing sword formation?" Wonderful! As soon as Feng Zichen's voice fell, sect leader Tongtian felt his heart tremble. He really wanted to shout out loud. Turning the 4 innate doors into the gates of the immortal killing sword formation. Why didn't he think of such a wonderful idea before? The combination of these 2 things was simply a perfect match. It was as if they were born to be like this. They were born to be like this. Thinking of this, sect leader Tongtian seemed to have understood something. He vaguely seemed to have grasped something, but he could not explain it clearly. Of course, it was a perfect match, because the 4 doors of the original immortal killing sword formation were composed of 4 primordial spiritual treasures of the highest grade. Later, when the formation was broken, the primordial doors were taken away by ancestor Hong Jun and turned into the 4 heavenly gates of the heavenly court. When sect leader Tongtian came to his senses, Feng Zichen continued to ask, "At the beginning of the world, the primordial 4 symbols qi gave birth to a Taoist platform. Have you seen it?" After thinking for a while, sect leader Tongtian replied, "Por Wei seems to have seen 4 primordial Taoist platforms on the treasure-snatching rock. Each of them exuded the qi of the 4 symbols. I think they are the treasures you are talking about. But why do you ask about them? Are they also related to the immortal killing sword formation?" Feng Zichen smiled and said, "Sect leader Tongtian, don't you think there is something missing behind the 4 doors? If you put 4 primordial Taoist platforms corresponding to the primordial 4 symbols, wouldn't it be more perfect?" Without giving sect leader Tongtian time to think, Feng Zichen continued to ask. Moreover, if you set up a Taoist platform, shouldn't you put something on it? In this way, it can be said to be perfect. What should I put? Sect leader Tong Tian asked almost subconsciously. P.S. My thumb hurts. Writing is too tiring. It's too difficult. In addition, I met a fortune teller today. He told me that anyone who doesn't give me a monthly ticket for reading books won't have seasoning packs for instant noodles in the future. So, for your seasoning packs, give me your monthly ticket. Also, I beg you to come and support me. A lousy author looking for subscriptions online. Chapter 797. Without answering his question, Feng Zichen continued, There used to be 4 primordial magic lamps in the world. Have you ever heard of them? This time, the sect leader of Tongtian did not try to recall. He blurted out, Poor Wei has seen the 4 primordial magic lamps. They are my eldest brother's Buying Palace lamp, my second brother's Jade Palace lamp, Taoist Tai's Green Yin and Yang lamp, and Taoist Ronding's Coffin Palace lamp. Nodding, Feng Zichen asked, Where did they get these primordial magic lamps? Sect leader Tongtian was silent for a long time before he answered, I got it from the treasure-snatching rock. Did you see a Yin and Yang 8 trigrams platform on the treasure-snatching rock? Feng Zichen asked again. After recalling for a while, Tongtian became even more silent. Yes. After saying this word, Tongtian suddenly became weak, as if he had been drained of all his strength. Feng Zichen had made it so obvious. How could he not guess that the primordial spiritual treasures mentioned just now should belong to the immortal killing sword formation, the real immortal killing sword formation? Substituting the primordial spiritual treasures into the formation, Tongtian tried to imagine the scene in his mind and suddenly found that it was the real immortal killing sword formation. Compared to it, the immortal killing sword formation in front of him was nothing. Tongtian's reaction was not out of Feng Zichen's expectation. In the memory of Yin and Yang ancestor, the real immortal killing sword formation was this powerful. In addition to the 4 immortal killing swords and the formation map, it was composed of the 4 gates of heaven, the 4 great Tao platforms, the 4 spiritual lamps, the Yin and Yang 8 trigrams platform, and 13 primordial spiritual treasures. In other words, a complete set of immortal killing sword formation required 18 primordial spiritual treasures. No wonder the immortal killing sword formation set up by demon ancestor Rahu was so powerful. With so many primordial spiritual treasures, how could it not be powerful? Compared to the Grandmaster of Heaven's God-slaying sword formation, it lacked 15 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures. Naturally, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Ah, Master has misled me. After a long silence, Tongtian sighed. The immortal extermination sword formation was broken by Tao ancestor Hongjun, so how could he not know what the true immortal extermination sword formation looked like? Moreover, the supreme-grade innate spirit treasures that formed the immortal slaying sword formation were also distributed from him. The meaning was already very obvious. Tao ancestor Hongjun did not want the true immortal slaying sword formation to appear in the world. After all, its power was indeed a little terrifying. The 15 connate numinous treasures that formed the immortal slaying sword formation were given to everyone by Tao ancestor Hongjun. What did this mean? It meant that even if the Grand Master of Heaven knew the truth one day, he would not be able to find these supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures and form the real immortal slaying sword formation. This path had already been severed by Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, this did not mean that the prime of Tongtian would be completely useless after knowing the truth. At the very least, after knowing the true appearance of the celestial slaying sword formation, he could modify his own celestial slaying sword formation according to its appearance. Innate spirit treasures were hard to find, but he could replace them with acquired cardinal treasures. In this way, even if it was not as good as the original version of the immortal slaying sword formation, he could still increase the power of his formation by a lot. Moreover, these supreme-grade innate spirit treasures were not necessarily impossible to obtain. For example, the 4 great heavenly gates of the heavenly court. It would not be difficult for the Prime of Tongtian to get them if he planned carefully. As for the others, such as the 4 symbols Taoist platform, the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams platform, and so on, the Prime of Tongtian really could not get them. However, he could also plan a little about the 4 great innate spirit lamp. As the Prime of Tongtian thought about this, he thanked Feng Zichen. "Thank you for reminding me, fellow Taoist, to let the poor Wei understand what the true immortal slaying sword formation is. This round, fellow Taoist has won." As he spoke, the Prime of Tongtian suddenly raised his hand and shot out 4 sword seals, flying toward Zichen's sword. Those were the sword seals of the 4 immortal slaying swords. They were extremely important to Zichen's sword and the million sword illustration. If enough sword seals were collected, then Feng Zichen could fuse these 2 supreme-grade innate spirit treasures and transform them into a sword Dao treasure. The innate spirit treasure Zichen's sword suppressed the sword Dao fate. "Thank you, Prime." After receiving the sword seals, Feng Zichen thanked him. "No, it's the poor Wei who should thank you, fellow Taoist. If it weren't for your reminder, the poor Wei would definitely suffer a great loss because of the immortal slaying sword formation in the future. Moreover, after your reminder, the poor Wei has also found a way to strengthen the immortal slaying sword formation. All these, the poor Wei still owes you a big favor. In the future, if you have any requests, the poor Wei will definitely not refuse." After this matter, the Prime of Tongtian would owe Feng Zichen a big favor. Before this favor was repaid, he was afraid that it would not be good for him to make a move. "Well said, well said." Nodding, Feng Zichen accepted this favor. This was his purpose. If it wasn't to gain the favor of the Prime of Tongtian, why would he say this to the Prime of Tongtian? Wouldn't it be better to let him continue to be a confused ghost? Moreover, did you think that this favor was over? No, no, no. From the moment the Prime of Tongtian decided to repair the immortal slaying sword formation, the favor he owed Feng Zichen would become bigger and bigger. Because in this world, only Feng Zichen could help the Prime of Tongtian repair the immortal slaying sword formation. Why did he say so? That was because the 4 symbols platform was in the hands of Feng Zichen. To be precise, the remains of the 4 symbols platform were in his hands. After discovering that there was a problem with the Prime of Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation, Feng Zichen sent out Xian Qing and Lei Zhe, 2 big doppelgangers, to secretly find the whereabouts of the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures that formed the immortal slaying sword formation. Then, he found that the 4 innate 4 symbols platforms had long been destroyed along with their masters. Tao Ancestor was so particular about doing things. Since he decided not to let the complete version of the immortal slaying sword formation appear in the world, he simply destroyed a few of the supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures. In this way, he could sit back and relax. Under the calculation of Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, the 4 innate 4 symbols platform fell into the hands of 4 innate gods and demons who were not on good terms with each other. In order to seize the innate 4 symbols platform in the hands of the other 3 and form a complete version of the innate 4 symbols platform, the 4 of them, who were not on good terms with each other, plotted against each other, and fought openly and secretly. In the end, after countless years of fighting, a great battle broke out one day. One after another, they died together and walked towards destruction. The 4 innate 4 symbols platform were destroyed because of this. Lei Zhe found the place where the 4 of them died, collected the remains of the innate spiritual treasures, and secretly handed them to Feng Zichen. As for Feng Zichen, he planned to find time to secretly repair the 4 innate 4 symbols platform, and then make a deal with Tongtian. Although Feng Zichen was not on good terms with the 3 pure ones, and both sides could not wait to kill each other. However, if there was a chance to cooperate with them, Feng Zichen would not refuse. The three pure ones were immortal. Even if Feng Zichen did everything he could, he would not be able to kill the three of them. This point alone meant that the enmity between Feng Zichen and the three pure ones could not continue. In the face of benefits, there was no unresolvable hatred between him and the three pure ones. The only difference was the size of the benefits. After admitting defeat, Tong Tian simply put away the immortal slaying sword formation. The bloody light receded, and the two reappeared in front of everyone. The result of this battle, after the power of the immortal slaying sword formation was suppressed to only 70%, was destined to be defeated by Tong Tian. Therefore, the crowd was not shocked by Feng Zichen's victory. If Feng Zichen could lose, then everyone would suspect that the Feng Zichen in front of them was a fake. As for the three incarnations of Feng Zichen, after breaking the formation, he put them away. There was no chance for them to show up now. Later, when it was Feng Zichen's turn, it would be time for them to shine. Turning his head to look at the two saints of the West, Feng Zichen asked, "My two friends, which one of you will start first?" The two of them did not have any innate spiritual treasures. If they were to make a challenge, they would not start with the spiritual treasures, because neither the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus nor the Eastern cyan treasured lotus flag could trap Feng Zichen. If the two of them dared to use these two supreme grade innate spiritual treasures to trap Feng Zichen, even if there was only one outcome, that was to be shattered by Feng Zichen. Not all treasures were comparable to the heaven-splitting treasures. The two of them hesitated for a while, and then Saint Jie-in walked out first and said, "For this round, Poor Wei will make the challenge." After bowing, Feng Zichen said, "Saint Jie-in, please make the challenge." Looking at Feng Zichen, Saint Jie-in's expression became even more bitter. Then, he said, "I have a treasure. Please try it, Taoist Gaochen." As he said that, a 12th grade lotus flower loomed behind Saint Jie-in. Then, it slowly turned into a world. Seeing the 12th grade lotus flower appear, everyone present, including Feng Zichen, gasped in shock. "Is it necessary? He's playing so big." With everyone's eyesight, they naturally recognized the origin of the 12th grade lotus flower. It was none other than the original body of Saint Jie-in, one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots of the primitive world, the heart-clearing Taoist lotus. It was also known as the divine lotus of receiving. As the original body of a saint, the power of this lotus was not weaker than any innate treasure. It was even stronger. Saint Jie-in is, after smacking his lips twice, Feng Zichen looked at the world formed by the lotus flower and was speechless for a moment. In order to win against him, he did not hesitate to use his original body. Speaking of which, has the hatred between him and the West reached such a level? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen felt that it was true. If the opportunity to kill the three pure ones and the two saints of the West was placed in front of him at the same time, then Feng Zichen would choose to kill the two saints of the West without hesitation. Because they were both targeting the human clan. What the three pure ones wanted was the fate of the human clan. As for the two saints of the West, they wanted more in addition to fate. Moreover, when the demon clan slaughtered the human clan, Feng Zichen had not forgotten that the two saints of the West had schemed against the human clan behind their back. Of course, the two saints of the West had not forgotten that Feng Zichen had forcefully torn down Mount Meru. "Ha! Fellow Taoist, you're testing me with your original body. Don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes." As he spoke, Feng Zichen laughed and stepped into the world formed by the divine lotus of receiving. As soon as he entered this world, Feng Zichen felt an inexplicable force attack his heart, causing his heart to gradually calm down and abandon all distracting thoughts, and 7 emotions and 6 desires. At the same time, a state of mind of great nirvana occupied his heart and turned into voices, constantly persuading him to choose nirvana so that he could be peaceful and free. The Tao of Nirvana was the Tao that Saint Jie-in cultivated. However, what he wanted to extinguish was not this world, but all the troubles, suffering, and pain in the world. As long as he extinguished these, he could enter a state of bliss. There would be no birth, old age, sickness, or death, no love, hatred, and no worries. Whether the Tao of Saint Jie-in was good or bad, Feng Zichen did not comment. However, if he wanted to use his own Tao to influence Feng Zichen, that was not right. Forcefully suppressing the force in his heart, Feng Zichen raised his head and looked at the environment of this world. Well, it was very empty and there was nothing. It had the meaning of nirvana into nothingness. The Tao of Saint Jie-in is indeed mysterious. Zichen has learned a lot. Feng Zichen bowed to the void and said. As soon as he entered this world, Saint Jie-in used his own Tao to invade his heart. His purpose was self-evident. He wanted to have a Tao battle with Feng Zichen to determine the winner. However, how could Feng Zichen follow Saint Jie-in's idea? A Tao battle could take as little as 100 years, as long as 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even millions of years. It was not impossible. If he really followed Saint Jie-in's idea, then in this game, regardless of the result of the Tao battle, Feng Zichen would be considered to have lost. This old man was really bad. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not plan to follow Saint Jie-in's rhythm. He only needed to break out of this world, and this game would be considered a win. There was no need to go through so much trouble to have a Tao battle with Saint Jie-in. Breaking out of this world, how to put it, was indeed very difficult. After all, it was the saint's body. How could it be so easy to break out? However, Feng Zichen could not break out, but he could force Saint Jie-in to take the initiative to let him out. Next, Feng Zichen would make Saint Jie-in realize how wrong it was to let him enter his body. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly took out all his Dharma treasures and attacked the world in front of him with all his strength. At the same time, the 3 incarnations that he had put away also appeared one by one. Each of them used their magical powers and attacked forward. Rumble! Unimaginable energy fluctuations spread out in this world. In a short while, everything that could be destroyed was destroyed. Even so, Feng Zichen did not stop. He continued to attack desperately. His idea was very simple. If he continued attacking like this, he would hurt Saint Jie-in's body sooner or later. Then, Saint Jie-in would have to face a choice. Should he endure for 100 years with serious injuries, or should he just let Feng Zichen leave? If it were any other time, Saint Jie-in might choose to endure. However, the situation in the primordial world was unclear, and there was a chaos demon god lurking at the side. He would definitely not allow himself to be seriously injured. Therefore, seeing that Feng Zichen's magical powers were about to affect his body, Saint Jie-in suddenly appeared and said, "Fellow Taoist, you win this game." Chapter 798. Upon hearing that, Feng Zichen said in surprise, "So fast? I haven't had enough fun yet. Is the saint done?" Ignoring Feng Zichen, Saint Jie-in waved his sleeve. Immediately, Feng Zichen felt a strong repulsive force coming from him and driving him out of this world. In the outside world, when Saint Jie-in saw Feng Zichen come out, he pushed him aside with an ugly expression. His plan was very good, but Feng Zichen did not play by the rules at all. He had no intention of fighting with him and directly destroyed his inner world. How could Saint Jie-in be willing? He had no choice but to surrender. "Saint Juanti, you're the only one left who hasn't given me a question. How do you plan to test me?" Feng Zichen turned to look at Saint Juanti and asked. Unlike the 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the West did not have powerful innate treasures. The only thing they could be praised for was their merit and unorthodox magic. In terms of magic, Feng Zichen was the most proficient in it. Therefore, he did not take the 2 saints of the West seriously at all. As if sensing Feng Zichen's contempt, Saint Juanti forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Poor Wei is not talented. Here is a magic. Please break it. Hearing that, Feng Zichen smiled. Saint Juan-Ti had no skills. With Hongmeng Daozhong around, Feng Zichen could confidently shout that there was no magic in the untainted world that he could not break. He really did not know if he should praise Saint Juan-Ti for being conceited or confident by using a magic to test him. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen asked, Saint Juan-Ti, do you really want to test me with a magic? Yes. Saint Juan-Ti nodded and replied affirmatively. Haha. Feng Zichen laughed and said arrogantly, then Saint will definitely lose this game. In terms of strength, there are countless people in the untainted world. I don't dare to claim to be the best. However, in terms of magic, if I claim to be the second, who dares to claim to be the first? Saint, how unwise is it to test me with a magic? This was not a joke. Feng Zichen was the only known existence in the untainted world who had established his Tao with magic. The magic of the Sword Tao had allowed him to evolve into the Khanate Sword Tao. From this, it could be seen that Feng Zichen's understanding of magic was a great master. Fellow, although your magic, fellow Taoist, is strong, you don't know that there's always someone out there. Saint Juan-Ti seemed to be very confident about his magic skills. His attitude was even more arrogant than Feng Zichen's. He wanted to teach him a lesson. However, although he spoke happily, he had offended everyone present, except for Saint Jiayin. Feng Zichen's magic was recognized by everyone in the East. Even the three pure ones did not dare to say that they could defeat Feng Zichen in magic. However, Saint Juan-Ti dared to say that the Western magic was powerful and did not take Feng Zichen seriously at all. From the looks of it, he was not saying that Feng Zichen could not do it. He was clearly saying that the East could not do it. The magic of the East was not as good as his magic of the West. Saint Juan-Ti's words offended all the great magicians of the East. Fortunately, the current situation was not right. Otherwise, everyone would definitely come forward one by one to experience the magic of the West that he mentioned. However, after this matter, Saint Juan-Ti's situation would not be good. The narrow-minded great magicians of the East would definitely come to ask him for advice because of this sentence. Saint, you are really confident. In that case, please show me your divine powers and let me witness the legendary Western grand magic. Seeing that Saint Juan-Ti was even more arrogant than him, Feng Zichen could not help but feel unhappy. Therefore, he decided that no matter what magic Saint Juan-Ti used next, he would break it as soon as possible. The confident Saint Juan-Ti did not realize that his words had offended all the people present. At this moment, he was excitedly displaying his magic so that everyone could recognize the mystery of the Western magic. 3,000 Bodhi, billions of worlds, open! Saint Juan-Ti shouted and suddenly turned into his original form. It was a huge Bodhi tree that covered the sky. As soon as it appeared, it was like a heavenly pillar that stood between heaven and earth. As his words fell, the huge Bodhi tree suddenly produced 3,000 innate Bodhi seed. At the same time, the light of wisdom appeared on the branches of the innate Bodhi tree. It was extremely bright and illuminated everything around it like the sun. The innate Bodhi tree was also known as the Tree of Wisdom. It was an innate divine tree that was born with the path of wisdom. If one traced its origin, one could trace it back to the demon god of wisdom, one of the 10 chaos demon gods that dominated the chaos. This tree was the remnant body of the demon god of wisdom. It fell into the untainted land and merged with the path of wisdom to give birth to the innate spiritual root. Under the illumination of the light of wisdom, the 3,000 Bodhi seeds gradually turned into 3,000 worlds. At the same time, under the illumination of the light of wisdom, hazy balls of light appeared on the branches of the innate Bodhi tree one after another. If one looked carefully, one would find that those balls of light were actually small worlds. There were hundreds of millions of them. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, what do you think of the magic of the Poor Way? After those worlds were born, Saint Xuanti suddenly asked Feng Zichen. After looking up and down at this magic, Feng Zichen could not help but be amazed by Saint Xuanti's wisdom. The power of this magic was indeed good. Once one was hit by this magic, one's consciousness would be divided into countless parts and thrown into these worlds. They would be continuously reincarnated, sharpened, and killed until they completely lost themselves. Feng Zichen silently calculated. With the power of this magic, even a powerful person would not be able to escape the fate of death if he accidentally fell into it. If it were a saint, he would be greatly injured if he suddenly fell into it without using the power of the heavenly Tao. Only then would he be able to break free. However, although this magic was powerful, it had a fatal weakness. That was, it was not easy for it to hit people. Saint Xuanti had prepared this magic for so long. No one was a fool. How could they be hit by it? Moreover, even if Saint Xuanti could instantly cast this magic, what was the use? How could it be so easy to pull a person's consciousness out of their body and tear it apart? Didn't you see that when Feng Zichen evaluated this magic, he had set a premise, which was that they were careless. Only when they were careless would they be hit by this magic. Under normal circumstances, everyone would guard their minds. How could their consciousness be shaken by Saint Xuanti? If they could not shake their consciousness, this magic would be considered useless. Yes, it had to be said that the magic used by Saint Xuanti was very ambitious, had a good idea, and had great potential. However, this magic was not perfect now. It was impossible for him to defeat Feng Zichen with this. When he reached perfection, he might be qualified to challenge Feng Zichen. Now, he could not. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen praised, "This magic of the saint is indeed mysterious. Its power is enough to make people look at it. However, it is not perfect. You are being too arrogant to defeat me with this." Hearing that, Saint Xuanti laughed and said, "Haha, fellow Taoist Gaochen, you have good eyesight. The poor Wei's magic is indeed not perfect. If she wants to use it to deal with you, who has established the Tao with magic, its power is far from enough." Therefore, the poor Wei deliberately revealed her main body and used it to support this magic. Even if it is not perfect, with the support of the poor Wei's main body, the power that this magic can unleash is even greater than when it is perfect. As he spoke, Saint Xuanti's main body, the connate Bodhi tree, suddenly shone brightly. An unparalleled power surged out and supported those worlds, causing them to become more solid. Seeing this, Feng Zichen smiled disdainfully. If it could not be done, it could not be done. Even with the support of the saint's main body, it was the same. Feng Zichen had too many ways to crack such an incomplete magic. However, he had already said that he wanted to use the fastest speed to break Saint Xuanti's magic. Therefore, he would use the most direct method to break Saint Xuanti's magic and destroy his confidence at the same time. Feng Zichen bowed to Saint Xuanti and said, "Saint Xuanti, I also have a magic that is very similar to yours. In that case, I will use this magic to break your magic." As he spoke, Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands and made a bell-hugging gesture. In an instant, the void trembled inexplicably. Endless mysterious runes appeared and gathered between Feng Zichen's hands with the power of reincarnation. "Saint, watch carefully. My magic was created by observing the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's called the heavenly reincarnation." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his magic. Feng Zichen suddenly pushed his hands forward. The endless runes turned into a hazy Tao bell and collided with the connate Bodhi tree that Saint Xuanti had transformed into. Feng Zichen had been comprehending the power of reincarnation for countless years and had gained something. This magic called the heavenly reincarnation was the result of his comprehension of the power of reincarnation. He had integrated all his comprehension of the path of reincarnation into this magic. What was reincarnation? Reincarnation and rebirth were reincarnation. Life, death, illusion, and destruction were reincarnation. The birth and death of the universe were also reincarnation. The so-called heavenly reincarnation was the birth and death of thousands of worlds with a single thought. Of course, this was the peak state of the heavenly reincarnation. If Feng Zichen restrained his power, he could also create and destroy a person, causing them to fall into the cycle of reincarnation and continuously rebirth until they completely lost themselves. What Saint Xuanti's magic could do, the heavenly reincarnation could do, and it could do better. The heavenly reincarnation did not shake the intelligence of others. Instead, it used the power of reincarnation to forcefully tear apart the intelligence of others, turning them into countless parts and sending them into the cycle of reincarnation to slowly lose themselves. Moreover, the so-called reincarnation of the heavenly reincarnation was not an illusory world that was created by reincarnation, but the real myriad worlds. With the vastness of the myriad worlds, even the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian could not escape the fate of sinking into oblivion. Perhaps the person who was reading the novel was a certain primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian who had been hit by the heavenly reincarnation. Among the countless wisps of intelligence, he was reincarnating in the myriad worlds and slowly losing himself. The heavenly reincarnation was more domineering than Saint Xuanti's magic. It was just like Feng Zichen's personality. At this moment, the power displayed by the heavenly reincarnation was not tearing apart the intelligence of Saint Xuanti. Instead, it could create and destroy the myriad worlds with a single thought. Saint Xuanti's magic relied on nothing more than the billions of worlds. Feng Zichen used the heavenly reincarnation to destroy all these worlds. Naturally, Saint Xuanti's magic was broken. Boom! The Dao Bell attacked. When it was about to reach the innate Bodhi tree, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into the boundless power of reincarnation and drowning the innate Bodhi tree. Under the influence of the power of reincarnation, the birth of those worlds suddenly sped up. Soon, they went from the newborn stage to the mature stage, and then quickly entered the weak stage. In the end, the chi of the end descended and ended everything. On the innate Bodhi tree, one world after another went into decline, emitting a decaying aura, and then being destroyed. Originally, under the influence of the power of reincarnation, the worlds should be reborn after being destroyed. This way, it could be considered a complete reincarnation. However, when these worlds were all destroyed, the power of reincarnation suddenly disappeared. Without the power of reincarnation, the shattered worlds no longer gathered. Instead, they turned into decaying power and spread to the surroundings. Under this influence, Saint Xuanti's main body, the branches of the innate Bodhi tree, gradually showed signs of decay. Seeing this, Saint Xuanti hurriedly retracted his magic and turned back into his Dao body. He said to Feng Zichen awkwardly, "The poor Wei lost this round." Saint Xuanti was as arrogant as he was now. The so-called Western Great Technique was actually broken by someone in one move. The signboard of the West had been smashed in his hands. Is this the Western Great Technique? It's indeed extraordinary. Looking at Saint Xuanti, Feng Zichen said with a faint smile. Ahem. After coughing twice, Saint Xuanti turned his face away and stopped talking. At this moment, Saint Jie walked out and changed the topic. He said, "Fellow Taoist Gaochen has won these 5 rounds. Then, the karma between you and the poor Wei's group of 5 can be considered settled. Since that's the case, how do you plan to settle the karma between you and the poor Wei's group of 5? As soon as Saint Jie said that, the world shook. Half of the tribulation aura and murderous aura that filled the sky disappeared. Yes, half of the karma between the 6 of them had been settled. Naturally, half of the tribulation aura had been eliminated. The remaining half was waiting for Feng Zichen to settle the karma between him and the 5 saints. In this way, the God-confirmant tribulation that affected a wide range would be considered over. How to settle the karma is simple. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said, "Since the 5 of you have come up with a test for me, I'll follow suit and come up with a test for the 5 of you. Next, I'll set up an array formation here and ask the 5 of you to break it. However, I'm only one person, but there are 5 of you. Therefore, the time to break the array formation cannot be 100 years, but 3 years. In that case, what do you think?" Chapter 799. Okay. The 5 of them looked at each other and felt that it was feasible, so they nodded. It would take them 100 years to break the array together. It was indeed a little too much. 100 years, no matter how strong the array formation was, the 5 primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian could break it together. Therefore, 100 years was not enough, not even 10 years. Feng Zichen wanted to say a year, but after thinking about it, he felt that the saints might not agree, so he took a compromise of 3 years. 3 had the meaning that 3 gave birth to all things. It was just right. Seeing that the 5 of them nodded in agreement, Feng Zichen continued, "I'll set up the array formation. If the 5 of you can break it within 3 years, I'll lose this round. The karma between us will be completely ended. However, if fellow Taoists are still unable to break through the formation within 3 years even after joining forces, then it will be considered as my victory. Fellow Taoists, you must agree to a condition of mine. Only in this way can the karma between us be resolved. If he lost, the karma would be written off. If he won, it was impossible for there to be no benefits at all. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort to compete?" The Grand Pure One thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist, what do you want? Please tell us." He had to ask clearly first. He could not agree carelessly. Otherwise, when Feng Zichen proposed a condition that they could not accept, would they agree or not? "Fellow Taoists, if I win this round, I don't have any requests. In the future, when you preach the Tao to the human race, the people who cultivate the Tao teachings you preach can acknowledge you as their ancestral masters, but there is no karma between them and you. In that case, what do you think?" Feng Zichen said it in a roundabout way, but the 5 saints still understood what he meant. To summarize these words simply, the human race could use their mystical abilities and Tao techniques for free. Without paying anything, one could learn skills from their orthodoxy. In the past, if the human race wanted to cultivate the immortal Tao, they had to first acknowledge the 3 pure ones as their ancestral masters and form a karma with them. This was the karma of imparting the Tao, and it was extremely difficult to resolve. Establishing this karma was equivalent to having to sell one's life for the 3 pure ones. But now, once the 3 pure ones agreed to the request, from then on, if the humans practiced the path of immortality again, they would have to worship the 3 pure ones as their ancestral masters, but there would be no karma between them and the 3 pure ones, and there would be no need for them to risk their lives for them. If there was a day when the human race clashed with the 3 pure ones, these immortal cultivators would no longer have to remain neutral and could attack the 3 sections. This was the immortal Tao of the 3 pure ones, the immortal Tao of the human race. As for the Western sect, none of the humans before this had cultivated the Western Tao orthodoxy. There was no other reason other than the fact that Feng Zichen had made a vow that any mortal who practiced the Western orthodoxy would be automatically expelled from the human race. Back then, Feng Zichen was so angry that he made this vow. Now that he thought about it, it was somewhat inappropriate. The 2 sages of the West might not have had good personalities, but the orthodoxy of the West was still good. In particular, there was no problem with the teachings of the Western sect at this time. At most, the performance of Saint Xuanti had affected everyone's perception of the Western sect. However, as one of the few Tao orthodoxies in the untainted land, there was no problem with the inheritance of the Western sect. Feng Zichen excluded it from the human race, which was indeed a little unfair to some of the clansmen. After all, there were some people who were not suitable for the path of immortality or martial arts, but were suitable for practicing the Western Tao. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds, let alone the human race. There were so many of them, more than the stars in the sky. It was not surprising that all kinds of people were born. At this moment, Feng Zichen took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make up for his mistake and reintegrate the Western sect's Tao into the human race. However, after the Tao of the Western sect and the immortal Tao of the three pure ones entered the human race, although their names did not change, they were no longer the Tao of the three pure ones and the two saints of the Western sect, but the Tao of the human race. Although the masters of the Tao were still them, they had lost control of it and only had a name. However, compared to power, what the five saints needed more was the title. For existences like them, they did not care about the strength of the path of immortality cultivators, no matter how many there were. On the contrary, it was those illusory titles that could increase their luck that made them value them greatly. Feng Zichen's condition would benefit the human race and the saints would get the name. It seemed that no one would lose out. Therefore, he was not worried that the saints would refuse. As for losing, Feng Zichen did not even think about it. What a joke! Even if he cheated, Feng Zichen would still win this round. The five of them discussed for a while and then said, "Poor Wei and the others have agreed to your request." Well, there was nothing they could do even if they did not agree, because Feng Zichen was not discussing with them at all. If they did not agree, then fine. If the cause and effect could not be settled, the gods' investiture tribulation would not end. As for the four sects, as the instigators of the gods' investiture tribulation, they would definitely be the first to bear the brunt and be affected the most. Therefore, even if it was for their own orthodoxy, they had to agree to Feng Zichen's request. Moreover, the five of them did not think that they would lose. What a joke! If the five of them joined forces, they could even fight Tao ancestor Hongjun. How could they not be able to break a formation? Fellow Taoist Gaochen, please set up the formation. The five of them stood in a row and said to Feng Zichen. Well said, well said. Nodding, Feng Zichen said, I think the five of you have guessed what my formation is. That's right, it's the great formation of the human race, the great chaos formation. Speaking of which, this spirit formation has only appeared once since it was introduced, and it was defeated by someone. It was really embarrassing. Therefore, I plan to use the strength of the five saints to rebuild the reputation of the great chaos formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zichen's mind flickered. The imperial court of human Tao in the mini-untainted realm suddenly shook and rose from the ground. It smashed through the boundary wall of the mini-untainted realm and also broke the seal set by Dong Huangtai. It crossed endless time and space and flew toward the real world behind Feng Zichen. Rumble! At a certain moment, the space within 10,000 miles shattered. Endless radiance of human Tao bloomed, covering the radiance of the sun and moon. The entire desolate world was bathed in the majesty of human Tao. And in the endless divine light, a glorious giant city slowly appeared from the void. In an instant, unparalleled pressure swept across the entire desolate world, causing all Daos to submit. Activating the human Tao Emperor's seal, he placed it in the center of the imperial court of human Tao. Feng Zichen took a step forward and entered the imperial court, returning to the throne that symbolized the authority of the human emperor. Great chaos formation, rise. Feng Zichen slowly channeled his energy into the imperial court of human Tao and activated the chaos formation that had lain dormant for many years. Immediately, the 9 connate spirit treasures slowly awakened in the human Tao imperial court, radiating with earth-shaking power. The human Tao imperial seal, primal chaos bead, that represented the power of one origin, the yin and yang sword that represented the power of 2 elements, the 3 elements diagram that represented the power of 3 elements, the 4 elements seal that represented the power of 4 images, the 5 elements ring that represented the power of 5 elements, and the 10 directions Tao mirror that represented the power of 10 directions. In the past, the strongest of the 9 connate numinous treasures was only a superior grade connate numinous treasure. Yet now, after being nurtured by the chaotic grand formation for countless years, these 9 natural spirit treasures had undergone an unimaginable transformation a long time ago, and all of them had transformed into top-grade natural spirit treasures. In other words, if the primal chaos formation were to unleash its full power, it would be more than 100 times more powerful than when it was fighting Dong Huang Tai. Rumble. The 9 supreme-grade connate spiritual treasures, combined with 1 connate cardinal treasure, vibrated continuously and unleashed an unparalleled power. Then, under the influence of the formation, it gradually transformed into 10 enormous connate Tao diagrams that overlapped one another. 1 origin, 2 elements, 3 elements, 4 images, 9 palaces and 10 directions. Rumble. At a certain moment, the 10 Tao diagrams merged perfectly into one enormous diagram of the Great Tao that slowly unfurled. The reappearance of the diagram of the Great Tao also signified that the chaotic grand formation had officially begun its operation. After countless years, the chaotic grand formation, one of the 3 great connate formations of the primeval universe, appeared once more in the world. It intended to use its unparalleled power to battle the 5 saints. Whoosh! Endless connate divine light rose from the chaotic grand formation, turning into swirling traces of Tao that seemed capable of annihilating all things. At the same time, shadows of connate gods and demons emerged from the light. Endless, they stood at the end of time, exuding a terrifying aura. Fellow Taoists, please. Standing at the center of the chaotic grand formation, Feng Zichen extended an invitation to the 5 saints. Is this the formation that could summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao back then? Instead of rushing in, the 5 saints first looked around outside for a while. Not only the 5 saints, but everyone present had a deep impression of the chaotic grand formation. After all, there was only one formation in the entire primeval universe that could summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. That's right, it's that formation. However, compared to before, the power of this formation is undoubtedly much stronger. It seems that fellow Taoist Gaochen has not been idle all these years. Saint Xuan-Ti exclaimed. The changes in the chaotic grand formation were not something that could be summed up by the word strong. It was simply an earth-shattering change. If one did not personally experience it, they would not know the mysteries of this formation. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, please. The 5 saints looked at the chaotic grand formation for a while, then walked into the formation together. Seeing that the 5 saints had entered the formation, Feng Zichen did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated the power of the chaotic grand formation to the limit. Rumble, the formation began to operate. It was not difficult to stop a saint for 3 years, not to kill one. My 5 friends, how do you feel? Do you think my formation is worthy of your attention? Feng Zichen asked the 5 saints while controlling the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Feng Zichen would win if he could hold on for 3 years. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to make a move. If he could delay it for a while, then so be it. By the way, Feng Zichen had just said that he would win this battle even if he had to cheat. In other words, in order to win, he had decided to do whatever it took. Therefore, just as they were talking, Feng Zichen's means had already begun to take effect. It could be seen that as Feng Zichen spoke, an undetectable force suddenly spread out from his body and acted on the formation space. Then, the flow of time in this space suddenly began to slowly increase in an undetectable manner. The process of this increase was very subtle. It was difficult for people to sense the increase of a few tenths of a few times. However, no matter how difficult it was to detect, the flow of time in this space was also accelerating, causing the time in this space to become faster than the place where it was changing. Moreover, the speed of this increase was also slowly increasing. It was like boiling a frog in warm water, imperceptibly exerting its effect. If the saints were unable to detect this change, then they would definitely lose this battle. After all, they thought that only a few months had passed, but in the case of time acceleration, perhaps 3 years had already passed. P.S. F***CK, so many people want to see me cry. You guys forget it, for the monthly votes I'll cry. Wah. Flowing tears and snot, wah wah. Wailing, making a scene and begging for monthly votes. Chapter 800. In addition, Feng Zichen was not cheating. Time acceleration was a type of mystical ability. The 5 saints could not discover it. It could only be said that they were incompetent. They could not blame Feng Zichen for not doing it well. Moreover, the battle of the Great Tao was like this. They would do anything. From this point, it could be seen that the 5 saints were still inferior to Feng Zichen. It was not that the 5 saints did not know this time mystical ability, but they did not think of using this mystical ability when they were fighting with Feng Zichen. It could be seen that their brains were not as smart as Feng Zichen. The poor Wei has never broken through the heavenly cycle star array, nor has she fought against the 12 divine fiends array. Therefore, I don't know how these 2 array formations compare to your chaos array. However, the poor Wei's immortal slaying sword array is still comparable to your array. This chaos array is worthy of the 3 great array formations of the primordial world. The Grand Master of Heaven said, after comparing it to his immortal slaying sword array. Indeed, the poor Wei's connate yin-yang array is also one of the 10 great array formations of the primordial world. However, compared to your array formation, it's not worth mentioning. The Grand Pure One pinched his beard and said. Even the arrogant heavenly lord of primordial beginning nodded and said in shame, the poor Wei's Jade Void Palace does not have an array formation that can surpass your array formation. The array formations of the West are also incomparable to this chaos array. The 2 saints of the West nodded at the same time and said enviously, what the hell? They could not compare to others in terms of resources, living beings, dharma treasures, and strength. How could they not compare to others in terms of array formations? The East, was it really better than the West in every aspect? That despicable demon ancestor Rahu. If not for him, how could the West have fallen to such a state? The more prosperous the East was, the deeper the hatred the 2 saints of the West felt for the demon ancestor Rahu. During the primeval times, the West wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the East, and it was similarly a place favored by the heavenly Tao. However, it was precisely because of the appearance of the demon ancestor, Rahu, that the West was unable to recover from the setback, and from then on, it was inferior to the East in every aspect. How could the 2 of them not hate the culprit who had caused all this? Of course. My formation was inherited from Pengu's father. It was personally passed down by the Great Tao. It belongs to the primal chaos, and its power is no weaker than the 12 divine wraith formation. How can the primordial world's connate formation compare to it? Feng Zichen didn't mind that the 5 saints were chatting with him, instead of attacking him first. He started chatting with the 5 saints. If they fought, it would be 3 years. If they didn't fight, it would also be 3 years. In short, it would be 3 years. Since the 5 saints were willing to chat with him, why should Feng Zichen refuse? Anyway, it wasn't him who was at a disadvantage, but the other side. After flattering each other for a while with Feng Zichen, the 5 saints also felt that it would be disadvantageous for them if they continued to delay, so they deliberately changed the topic and said, Fellow Taoist Gaochen, please show the power of this formation, so that poor Wei and the others can see the difference between this formation inherited from the Great Tao and the Great Formation of the Untainted Land. Seeing this, Feng Zichen laughed and said, "Haha, good. Let's do as you say and display the power of this array." As he spoke, the space of the formation changed. Endless primordial divine light filled the air. There was chaos, yin and yang, 3 talents, 4 symbols. They intertwined with each other and evolved into a supreme killing light, sweeping toward the 5 saints. Each of the primordial divine light could be called a supreme divine sense, and its power was comparable to that of the primordial Daluo Jinxian's divine sense. The primordial divine light here was more than 10,000, it was almost endless. It was as if countless primordial Daluo Jinxian were attacking at the same time. Its power could be imagined. If the Daluo Taoist priests were to fall into it, they wouldn't even last a breath, and would be directly smashed into powder and completely disappear. Even if the ordinary Daluo Jinxian were to come, he wouldn't be able to last long. His Taoist body would be broken and he would be seriously injured. However, the 5 saints were not ordinary Daluo Jinxian. They were saints. Although they were in the same realm, they were stronger than the Daluo Jinxian. Whoosh, without any words, the Taiji diagram, Pangu's banner, the 4 immortal slaying swords, the azure lotus flag of the East, and the 12th-ranked golden lotus of virtue appeared at the same time, hanging above the 5 saints' heads. Dazzling divine light hung down, blocking the incoming primordial divine light. The chaos formation is indeed extraordinary. If it were any other Daluo Jinxian, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. However, it's still too weak for the poor Wei and the others. Feeling the power of the chaos formation, the Grand Pure One nodded, seemingly praising and boasting at the same time. Then, he waved his hand and the Taiji diagram shook with a boom. Endless primordial Taiji power hung down, obliterating the incoming primordial divine light. At the same time, the other 4 saints also used their own methods to destroy the surrounding primordial divine light. Don't worry, Grand Pure One. This is only the first change of the chaos formation. There will be countless changes after that, each stronger than the last. It's enough for you to enjoy yourselves. Seeing that the 5 saints easily neutralized the incoming primordial divine light, Feng Zichen wasn't surprised. It was to be expected. If the 5 saints were so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be so cautious. With a thought, Feng Zichen manipulated the chaos formation to change again. Suddenly, the primordial divine light in the battle suddenly changed. It no longer swept toward the 5 saints, but condensed into a ball, turning into various primordial gods and demons that pounced on the 5 saints. There were more than 100 or 1,000 of these primordial gods and demons. Each of them had the power to rival a pinnacle great divine power. With them working together and the support of the chaos formation, they could even tear apart a Daluo Jinxian alive. Now that they were working together to charge at the 5 saints, the scene was spectacular. The great divine powers watching the battle from the outside saw this scene and their eyelids twitched. They felt that if they entered the formation, they would have no hope of surviving. However, they thought that this scene was exciting enough, but what happened next made them tremble in fear. Cold sweat flowed down their backs, and they felt a great sense of fear. In the chaos formation, the group of primordial gods and demons rushed to the 5 saints. Before they could attack, they were cut into pieces by the 5 saints and turned back into primordial divine light. Taoist Gaochen, your attack is quite interesting, but it's still not enough to deal with the poor Wei and the others. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said with a smile after killing a primordial god and demon. Although the other saints didn't say anything, their expressions showed that they agreed with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Taoist friend, don't be in such a hurry. Let's continue watching, said Feng Zichen with a smile. This battle was a delaying battle, not a life-and-death battle. Of course, the main thing was to stall for time. Since that was the case, How could Feng Zichen use a killing move at the beginning? Of course, he had to strengthen the power of the formation bit by bit to stall for time as much as possible. As for the consumption of the 5 saints' energy, it was no joke. They were saints with endless dermic powers and unlimited energy. Even if they had been using magic at a high intensity, they wouldn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. It was possible to consume their energy in the chaos outside the realm, but it was impossible in the untainted land. And this was where the saints were more powerful than the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Think about it, if the saints and the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian fought, one side's dermic powers would never be exhausted, while the other side's power would gradually weaken with the passage of time. How could they fight? There was no way to fight at all. Feng Zichen deliberately delayed time and slowly increased the power of the formation. The 5 saints saw through his purpose, so they kept provoking him with words so that he would be impulsive and use all his strength to activate the power of the chaos formation and start a shocking battle with them. Did you think that the 5 saints' words were just casual words? Wrong. Every word they said was a dermic power. They always unintentionally provoked Feng Zichen's anger and caused him to be impulsive. In a battle between masters, not to mention a word or a look, even a subtle movement contained monstrous killing intent. On the other hand, on Feng Zichen's side, in the sea of consciousness, Hongmeng Daozhong let out a long cry. No matter how the 5 saints provoked him with words, it couldn't shake his mind at all. Rise! Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands and pointed at the void. The formation changed again. Endless innate divine light surged, reviving the innate gods and demons killed by the 5 saints and continuing to attack. As long as the innate divine light was not extinguished, those innate gods and demons could be revived continuously. Even if the saints killed them dozens of times, they couldn't be destroyed. The saints' dermic powers were endless, and so was the power of the chaos formation. Not to mention that the chaos bead could continuously absorb power from the chaos outside. The formation could also draw in endless chaos chi from the chaos outside. If the chaos formation was in its peak state, chaos version, it could even create something out of nothing. Without the help of the outside world, it could turn nothing into something and produce great power. Ha! Repeating the same action repeatedly, even the saints were a little tired. The Grand Pure One let out a deep roar, and the Tai Chi diagram suddenly expanded, covering a radius of tens of millions of miles. The Yin fish and the Yang fish were connected head to tail, and they kept circling like 2 huge streams of innate pure Yin and pure Yang Qi. Boom! At a certain moment, the Tai Chi diagram spun, and the power of Yin and Yang rotated, forming a huge vortex. With a fierce twist, it shattered the surrounding innate divine light and assimilated it into the power of Yin and Yang. When the innate divine light disappeared, the innate gods and demons lost their support and could no longer be revived. They also disappeared. At the same time, the Pangu banner, 4 immortal slaying swords, and several other saint treasures exploded at the same time, each destroying the innate divine light around them. Rise! Seeing this, Feng Zichen formed another seal, triggering another change in the chaos formation. Rumble! The human Tao imperial court shone and resonated with the chaos formation. Then endless chaos chi rose. And in the chaos chi, 10 indomitable figures could be vaguely seen. They seemed to have walked out from the end of time, step by step into the present world, and set foot in this place. Boom! At a certain moment, the chaos chi dispersed, and 10 innate gods and demons with ancient auras appeared before the 5 saints. Their auras were completely different, ranging from 1 yuan to 10, but they were all equally powerful. They all stood in the domain of chaos Daluo Jinxian. These were the innate gods and demons that symbolized the 10 most ancient innate Dao. They were reproduced by Feng Zichen with the chaos formation, and each of them had power comparable to chaos Daluo Jinxian. The 10 innate gods and demons appeared, and in pairs they charged at the 5 saints. Seeing this scene, the 5 saints were also shocked. Fellow Taoist, this formation is getting more and more interesting. This is more interesting. As they spoke, the 5 of them each took out their treasures and fought the innate gods and demons. While the 2 sides were fighting, Dong Wang Tai, who was tracking down the Chaos Demon God, also made great gains. He followed the Chaos Demon God's aura that was accidentally exposed and went all the way down to the deepest part of the earth, the core of the earth origin, where he found the Chaos Demon God that was hiding. It was no wonder that the others couldn't find any trace of them. In the core of the earth, the origin chi was so dense that the divine consciousness of the others was weakened. Moreover, the innate chi gathered here, and the aura was so turbid that it was difficult for the divine consciousness of the others to find any trace of the Chaos Demon God. There were a total of 3 Chaos Demon Gods hiding here, and each of them had the power of Chaos Daluo Jinxian. What were they doing in the core of the earth? Curious, Dong Wang Tai went forward to take a look, only to find that the 3 Chaos Demon Gods were merging themselves into the origin of the earth, intending to merge into one. Dong Wang Tai understood the Chaos Demon God's plan. If they really merged with the origin of the earth, it would be difficult to kill them, unless the origin of the earth was destroyed. But was that possible? Of course not. Even if a saint destroyed the origin of the earth, the monstrous negative karma would pull him down from the saint position. However, if they couldn't kill the Chaos Demon God and let the origin of the earth fall into his hands, they couldn't bear it. How could they allow others to sleep peacefully on their bed? Not to mention that the Chaos Demon God would definitely cause trouble after controlling the origin of the earth. Even if he didn't, the others would definitely not allow the origin of the earth to fall into his hands. Anxious, Dong Wang Tai appeared to check the situation of the origin of the earth. As far as he could see, only less than 1/10,000th of the vast origin of the earth had fallen into the hands of the Chaos Demon God. Dong Wang Tai was relieved. Fortunately, he discovered it early. If he had been a few hundred years later, the Chaos Demon God might have succeeded. Who is it? It's you, Dong Wang Tai. Tai's sudden appearance also alarmed the 3 Chaos Demon Gods, who were merging with the origin of the earth. Then, without any nonsense, the 2 sides used their magical powers to attack each other. However, this was where the origin of the earth was, after all. If they were careless and destroyed this place, it would be a great disaster. If it was light, the earth would split, and if it was heavy, the earth wouldn't exist. Therefore, both sides had scruples and held back their strength, not daring to use their full strength. Chapter 801. The 2 sides fought for a while. Seeing that there was no winner, they retreated after a head-on collision. After retreating to one side, the Chaos Demon God, who was the leader of the 3, suddenly laughed out loud and said to Dong Wang Tai, "Haha, kid from the untainted land, I know you want to drive us out of the origin of Earth, but it's too late now. Take a look." As he spoke, the Chaos Demon God flashed to one side, allowing Tai to see the real scene at the core of the origin of Earth. He saw that although the Chaos Demon God had only integrated 1/10,000th of the origin of Earth, their Chi-Ji had long been connected with the untainted land. If they were forcibly removed, the untainted land would probably be torn apart in an instant. However, they had forgotten that although the untainted land was formed by the body of the great god Pangu, it was also integrated with the origin of many Chaos Demon Gods when it was born. Therefore, the Chaos Demon God could connect his Chi-Ji with the untainted land and become a part of it by paying a little price. It was also because of this that they could come to the deepest part of the origin of Earth so easily and integrate with it. Integrating oneself with the origin of Earth was easy to say, but it was simply impossible to do it. Otherwise, the origin of Earth would have been there for hundreds of millions of years since the birth of the untainted land, and no one would have coveted it. No one had touched the origin of Earth until now. Didn't that mean that no one could integrate with it? Only the Chaos Demon God was special and could do that. The others could only dream about it. Seeing the sudden change in Dong Huangtai's expression, the Chaos Demon God continued to clamor. I know that the three of us are definitely no match for the 10 Dao Masters of the Untainted Land. If we really fight, then with our damaged bodies, I reckon that we won't be able to hold on for long before our bodies and souls are completely annihilated. However, at this moment, the auras of the three of us are already connected to the Great Desolation Land. Unless you plan to destroy the Great Desolation Land, you can forget about harming us even if you use all your method. Therefore, you should retreat. Do not obstruct our plans anymore. Otherwise, if you really force the three of us into a corner, we will self-destruct right here. We will blow up the desolate land and perish together with all the living beings here. The Chaos Demon Celestial's threatening words kept echoing in Dong Huangtai's ears, causing his face to darken even more. But what could he do? They couldn't fight, nor could they retreat. If he were to retreat, wouldn't he be walking right into the trap of the Chaos Fiend Gods and giving the origin of the earth to them? At this moment, Dong Huangtai really wanted to break the Untainted Land so that he could find the 3 Chaos Demon Gods and give them a good beating. Wait a minute. Shatter the Untainted Land? Suddenly, Dong Huangtai seemed to have understood something. He lowered his head and pondered. Shattering the primordial world seemed to be a feasible method. However, this method was not something that he could decide alone. He had to discuss it with the others before he could make the final decision. Thinking of this, Dong Huangtai split a strand of divine consciousness and went to where everyone was, informing them of everything that had happened here and his plans. As for his original body, he would continue to stay here, monitoring the Chaos Demon Gods and hindering their actions at the same time. It would be fine if the Chaos Demon Gods didn't move. But once they were ready to continue to integrate into the origin of the earth, Dong Huangtai would attack them. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would disgust them to death. That was what Dong Huangtai thought. Putting aside the confrontation between Tai and the Chaos Demon Gods, the battle between Feng Zichen and the 5 saints in the War of Chaos had also reached its climax. The reason was that the 5 saints had discovered that Feng Zichen had secretly used the magic of time. After fighting with the 10 incarnations of the innate fiend gods for dozens of days, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin took some time out to calculate how much time had passed since he entered the array. Good heavens, he didn't know this, but he was shocked when he calculated. The Heavenly Lord of the Origin pinched his fingers and calculated, and found that he had been in the array for 2 years and 8 months. 2 years and 8 months. That was to say, there were only 4 months left before the agreed 3-year period, less than 120 days. But how could it pass so quickly? According to the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, he had been in the array for at most 3 months. How could it suddenly become 2 years and 6 months? This wasn't right. When the primeval Lord of Heaven calculated the time of 2 years and 6 months, he thought that he had miscalculated and was completely dumbfounded. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't have miscalculated. If the Heavenly Lord of the Origin could miscalculate such a simple time calculation, he wouldn't be a saint. Since he couldn't be wrong, it could only be the world that was wrong. With doubts in his heart, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin looked at it with his Dharma eye and found that something was wrong. The flow of time here was much faster than the outside world, and it was many times faster. It was precisely because of this that he felt that although only a few months had passed, 2 years and 6 months had already passed here. Realizing that he had been tricked by Feng Zichen, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin was immediately angry. He grabbed the Pangu banner and activated its power with all his strength. Suddenly, a supreme power that had the power to tear the chaos, shatter time and space, control all laws, and the power to split the sky and the earth suddenly appeared and turned into an unparalleled killing power. It chopped the innate god demon that was fighting with the heavenly lord of the origin into pieces on the spot. Then, the heavenly lord of the origin shook the Panga banner with a backhand and released a chaotic sword chi that could destroy everything, killing the other chaos demon that was fighting with him. In the blink of an eye, the two innate gods that were comparable to the primordial Daluo Jinxian were killed by the heavenly lord of the origin with the Panga banner in his hand. At this moment, this supreme treasure that was known as the #1 killing treasure in the untainted land finally showed its true power in the hands of the heavenly lord of the origin. In the hands of the heavenly lord of the origin, the Panga banner was bursting with Du Tian divine murderous chi, as if it was going to destroy the chaos and split the sky and the earth. A horrifying pressure spread out, causing even the chaotic chi to tremble in fear. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, what a good move. If poor Wei had discovered it 2 or 3 days later, poor Wei and the others would have lost this bet. After hearing the words of the heavenly lord of the origin, before Feng Zichen could respond, the expressions of the other 4 saints turned ugly. Obviously, after the heavenly lord of the origin's reminder, they had also realized that the flow of time was wrong. Tai Chi diagram break. After sizing up the surrounding void, the Grand Pure One's face suddenly darkened. All the dermic powers in his body surged and poured into the Tai Chi diagram, activating this treasure to blast into the void. Suddenly, the Tai Chi diagram was surrounded by thousands of rays of light and auspicious colors. The great Tao prophecies outside the diagram surrounded it, and the heavenly Tao talismans inside the diagram were vaguely seen. The 5-colored light illuminated the mountains and rivers, and the 9-colored auspicious chi shocked the universe. Whoosh! When the Tai Chi diagram was unfurled, the world moved, and the sun and moon changed color. The power of a supreme treasure was undoubtedly revealed. Then, a supreme power that calmed the earth, water, fire, and wind transformed yin and yang, the 5 elements, and separated the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. It encompassed thousands of phenomena and spread out from the Tai Chi diagram. Crack. Crack, however, cracking sounds could be heard endlessly. Everything in the array formation space, be it the connate divine light, the chaos chi, or the 2 connate godfiends of the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian level standing in front of the Grand Pure One, began to shatter under the power of the Tai Chi diagram. Then, with a boom, everything around the Grand Pure One collapsed and was completely empty. Even the time mystical ability that Feng Zichen had set up collapsed under the attack of the Grand Pure One and lost its effect. In an instant, the flow of time there returned to normal. The power of the heaven-splitting cardinal treasure was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. It was invincible. Even the other connate cardinal treasures could not compare to it in terms of power. The heaven-splitting cardinal treasure Panga banner and the Tai Chi diagram exploded one after another. The unparalleled power spread out. Even the chaos array formation, which was infinitely powerful, trembled violently from the impact. Rise. In the human Tao Imperial Court, Feng Zichen formed a Tao seal with his hands and triggered the changes in the chaos array formation. Endless connate Tao patterns spread out and stabilized the array formation. Just as Feng Zichen was stabilizing the array formation, the 5 saints were not idle either. They joined forces and killed the remaining 6 primordial chaos connate godfiends. Good heavens, the saint had used his full strength today. It was hard to say if Feng Zichen was scared, but it definitely gave the spectating great divine arts practitioners a huge shock. He instantly killed primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. So the true strength of a saint was so terrifying? It really made people tremble in fear. It was also at this moment that the phrase, "all below the saint are ants," officially spread in the wilderness and became mainstream. In the past, although this phrase had been circulated, most of the gods did not care about it. They thought that even if there was a gap between them and the saint, it was not to the point where they could be easily killed. But now, the saint had used his valiant battle record to tell the world what it meant to be One who did not become a saint was ultimately an ant. The gap was too big. Even primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian could be killed in an instant, let alone them. At this moment, no matter what the great divine arts practitioners thought before, they had all given up on the idea of becoming enemies with the saint. The 10 primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian Khanate godfiends were killed one after another. The chaos array formation no longer changed, and only the chaos chi spread out. It seemed that Feng Zichen had run out of tricks. The 5 saints stood in a row and looked at Feng Zichen from afar. Fellow Taoist Gaochen, your methods are indeed impressive. Even when the poor Wei and the others worked together, they did not notice anything unusual and almost fell into your trap. Just this point alone shows how strong you are. But unfortunately, although your scheme is shocking, the poor Wei and the others saw through it in the end and destroyed your plan. Now that your time ability has been broken and your 10 Khanate Godfiend incarnations have been killed, do you have any other methods to use? If not, I'm afraid fellow cultivator Gaochen will lose this round. Hearing this, Feng Zichen smiled and stood up from the throne. He came to the walls of the Imperial Court of Human Tao and said to the 5 saints, "Fellow Taoists, it's too early to celebrate. You think you've broken through all the changes of the Chaos Array formation, but you don't know that you've only been circling around the outside. You haven't touched the core." Speaking of this, Feng Zichen's lips curled up slightly and he said rather proudly, "Fellow Taoists, it's too early to talk about victory right now. It won't be too late to talk about victory after you break through the core." With that, Feng Zichen opened the gates of the Imperial Court of Human Tao and said to the 5 saints, "Fellow Taoists, please enter the formation." The Imperial Court of Human Tao was the true Chaos Array formation. The formation that the 5 saints had gone through before was only a Chaos Array formation created by folding spacetime with the power of the Chaos Bead. Although it was the same as the original formation, there were still some differences. From the moment the Chaos Array formation was born, it was the defensive formation of the Imperial Court of Human Tao. The two were interdependent. In other words, only by entering the Imperial Court of Human Tao could one truly enter the Chaos Array formation. Now, the 5 saints had just reached the gates of the Imperial Court of Human Tao. In other words, they hadn't even entered the array yet, and they had already wasted 2 years and 8 months of effort. The moment Feng Zichen said that, the 5 saints' expressions changed drastically. They looked at the Imperial Court of Human Tao in shock. After a while, the Grand Pure One sighed and suddenly said with a smile, "Haha, good! Fellow Taoist Gaochen is indeed the #1 prodigy of the primordial world and the #1 Tao ancestor in the postnatal world. Such methods really make the poor Wei feel ashamed of his inferiority. However, it's too early for you to think that you've won. You have to know that if you haven't used your full strength, the poor Wei and the others might not have used their full strength either." At this point, the Grand Pure One suddenly strode forward and walked towards the Imperial Court of Human Tao. "Let's see how the poor Wei and the others can break through your formation in 3 days. If the poor Wei and the others can't break through your formation within 3 days, then the poor Wei and the others will lose this round." Forget about the 3-year agreement, the Grand Pure One shortened it to 3 days. As a saint, the Grand Pure One naturally had his own pride. The 5 of them had joined forces and fought for months, but they were only circling the periphery of the array formation. It could be said that they had lost all their face. Since that was the case, he naturally had to save his face. How could he save it? He had to break the array formation with lightning speed. That was why the Grand Pure One had set a 3-day agreement. If the 5 of them still could not break the array formation in 3 days with all their might, they would not attack even if they had the confidence to break the array formation in the future. They had already lost all their face. Should they continue to lose face? Luck was very important, but the saint's face was also very important. However, in order to win, he had lost all his face. After the Grand Pure One finished speaking, the other 4 saints did not object. They all thought so too. In the remaining 4 months, if they tried their best, they could indeed break the array formation. However, what was the point? They would just lose face in front of everyone for a while. They were wrong from the beginning of this battle. When Feng Zichen proposed the 3-year agreement, they should not have agreed. This was a trap to begin with. If the 5 saints worked together, they would not be invincible in the world, but they would not be far from it. However, it would take 3 years to break a formation. Whose reputation would this bring, and whose face would it bring? When the 3-year agreement was set, regardless of whether they won or lost the battle, the saints would have lost all their face. P.S. The last few hundred words were written wrong. I'll study it and change it later. I'll come back in half an hour. Chapter 802. Boom. As the Taiji diagram shook, it suddenly turned into a white jade golden bridge that connected heaven and earth. It extended from the feet of the Grand Pure One and pierced into the human Tao Imperial Court. Rumble. As the white jade golden bridge extended, a power that could calm the earth, fire, water, and wind swept out. In an instant, it froze all the variables of the chaos formation in the human Tao Imperial Court. A white jade golden bridge stood majestically between heaven and earth, spanning across the void. One end was under the feet of the Grand Pure One, and the other end extended into the human Tao Imperial Court. The Grand Pure One stepped on the white jade golden bridge and walked towards Feng Zichen step by step. The white jade golden bridge was one of the supreme changes of the Taiji diagram. Back then, when the great god Pangu created the world, he used it to stabilize the boundless chaos and calm the earth, fire, water, and wind. It was the most suitable for the Grand Pure One to deal with the chaos formation. When the other saints saw the Grand Pure One's actions, they hurriedly followed behind him and entered the human Tao Imperial Court with him. At this moment, the 5 saints were clearly advancing and retreating together. The chaos formation was frozen by the white jade golden bridge and could not be used. The 5 saints were closing in step by step. Feng Zichen was already at a critical moment. However, there was no panic on his face. Instead, he smiled. Feng Zichen stood up from the throne and walked towards the saints who were rushing over. The moment the saints decided to use their full strength, all the changes in the chaos formation were destined to be useless against them. After all, although the chaos formation was powerful, it was far from being heaven-defying. There were not 3 or 4 saints on the other side. Instead, there were 5. The immortal slaying sword formation at its peak couldn't fight against 4 experts of the same level. Now, it was difficult for the chaos formation to fight against 5 alone. However, the most powerful thing about the chaos formation wasn't its infinite changes, but the incarnation of the heavenly Tao that was summoned. With this, he might not be able to win against 5 alone, but he could still hold on for a while. Dong! 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 As Feng Zichen took a step forward, the grand primal chaos formation suddenly began to vibrate violently and emit loud noises. Then, the chaotic qi in the formation began to shrink and gather around Feng Zichen. Gradually, a huge blurry shadow of a deity began to appear behind Feng Zichen, and it became more and more solid. At the same time, a powerful pressure was emitted from the deity's body and swept out in all directions. Boom! Moreover, as Feng Zichen continued to move forward, the aura of the deity became stronger and his body became clearer. By the time Feng Zichen and the sage met, the god's body had completely solidified. At the same time, his aura had also reached its peak, the half-step unparalleled Daluo Jinxian's realm. Frightening yet frightening. This was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He was the most perfect being in this world. There was only one flaw in his entire body, and it was the evasive one. However, this wasn't his weakness. It was the invincible divine mark, which had turned into a divine power and imprinted on his body, giving him the power to destroy everything. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao was the most perfect embodiment of the chaos formation. As he was born, there was a whoosh. The chaos formation, including the imperial court of human Tao, suddenly began to shrink, turning into a ray of divine light and entering the forehead of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. My 5 friends, if you want to break my chaos formation, you must first destroy the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Slowly merging with the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen controlled the incarnation of the heavenly Tao to speak to the 5 sages. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao, the half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian? My friend Gaochen, you're showing your true strength. Haha. Seeing this, the 3 pure ones laughed. Boundless divine light rose from their bodies at the same time. The origin mysterious power, which represented the birth and death of the universe, spread out from the 3 of them, entangling and blending with each other. At a certain moment, the 3 types of power merged into one. The 3 pure ones' figures also disappeared. They turned into 3 supreme deities, standing in the past, future, and present at the same time. Boom! A powerful aura spread out from this supreme deity. It could faintly rival the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. The half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian. This was another half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian. The 3 pure ones' combined power was indeed beyond imagination. Moreover, Feng Zichen also knew that this wasn't the 3 pure ones' strongest move. They hadn't summoned Pangu's primordial spirit yet. That was their strongest move. Even the heavenly Tao was wary of it. Therefore, they used all means to force the 3 pure ones to split up. After the 3 pure ones revealed part of their territory, the 2 saints of the West also made their move. A golden light flashed, and the 2 suddenly merged into one, turning into a giant deity with 4 arms. Its power was actually close to the 9th heaven of chaotic essence. Normally, a 9th heaven of chaotic essence expert was indeed very powerful. But at this moment, in this battle, it was somewhat insufficient. In a battle between 2 half-step unparalleled Daluo Jingxian experts, one had to be at least the 11th or 12th heaven of chaotic essence if they wanted to interfere. The 9th heaven of chaotic essence was still a little lacking. Perhaps the 2 saints of the West felt that their cultivation was a little too low to interfere in this battle. Then, they suddenly transformed into a golden deity with 24 heads and 18 arms. Because of this, their auras rose by another level. They entered the 10th heaven of chaotic essence realm and could barely participate in this battle. The deity of the West turned his head and said to the supreme deity that the 3 pure ones had transformed into, "Fellow Taoists, our aptitude is still too shallow. It's difficult for us to comprehend such a supreme move. It seems that we can only watch from the sidelines in this battle. It's still up to the 3 of you to defeat fellow Taoist Gaochen's main force." The 2 had always been very self-aware. After realizing that they were not strong enough, they did not force themselves and consciously let the 3 pure ones take the main force. They retreated to the side and watched from the sidelines. The 3 pure ones did not have any objections to this because it was the best choice. "Fellow Taoists, please." After the 2 sides finished their preparations, they announced the start of the battle. Without wasting any time, Feng Zichen took the lead to attack. He formed a seal with both hands, and the heavenly Tao furnace came out with a loud bang. It carried countless innate divine runes and crashed toward the 3 of them. The 3 pure ones also formed a seal in response. As the deity formed a seal with both hands, a supreme seal suddenly appeared. At first, it was the size of a palm, then it quickly became bigger. When the heavenly Tao furnace came, it had already become bigger than the heavenly Tao furnace and was emitting a bright golden light. Boom! The 2 supernatural powers collided, and an aura that could destroy all things suddenly burst out. Then, it slowly returned to silence. The first attack. It ended with the 2 of them dying together. Before the first supernatural power disappeared completely, Feng Zichen had already used the second supernatural power. The Zichen sword quietly appeared and emitted endless sword light. It was divided into 2 forms, 3 forms, 4 divisions. The vast and mighty innate divine runes intertwined with the bright sword light and swept toward the 3 pure ones. Boom! Beside the deity, the Tai Chi diagram suddenly rotated. As the yin and yang qi stirred, all the sword light was converted into the innate chaotic qi. Whoosh! When the sword light was blocked, the 4 celestial slaying swords and Pangu's banner appeared beside the deity formed by the 3 pure ones. They each released their divine power and swept toward the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. How could Feng Zichen be attacking while the 3 pure ones were passively defending? Feng Zichen had lost the initiative, and the 3 pure ones had also begun to counterattack. They were actually going to turn passive into active. Buzz! Buzz! The 10,000 spirit crown shone, and 72 colored mystic light drooped down. It formed countless streams of innate qi and swept forward. Roar! As the innate qi surged, it turned into the shadows of 10,000 spirits. They roared and collided with the 3 pure ones' attack. The 10,000 spirit crown was not only a defensive treasure, but also an offensive treasure. It had the ability to clear innate qi and destroy all spirit. At the same time, Feng Zichen held the human Tao imperial seal in one hand and the Zichen sword in the other. He channeled the power of the 2 treasures together and pushed them to the limit. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the 2 supernatural powers collided. The terrifying shock waves spread out, causing the eldritch world to tremble. Kill! Feng Zichen and the 3 pure ones started fighting again before the shock waves from the divine art subsided. The 10,000 spirit crown shone brightly and tangled with the sword formation of immortal execution. The human Tao imperial seal transformed into a giant finger bone that spanned across the void and froze the Taiji diagram in place. No matter how the innate qi of yin and yang surged, it couldn't be destroyed at all. Moreover, the great Tao runes on the Pangu's finger bone grew clearer after being tempered by the innate qi of yin and yang. Strangely enough, the human Tao imperial seal's power grew stronger under the Taiji diagram's attack. Kill! Feng Zichen swung the Zichen sword again and again. Boundless sword light burst forth and clashed with the chaotic sword qi from the Pangu's banner. The light from the Zichen sword was none other than the sword intent of the 4 immortal execution swords. The 4 sword intents of entrapment, extermination, slaughter, and extermination alternated on the blade. As they clashed with the chaotic sword qi from the Pangu's banner, Feng Zichen's control over the 4 immortal execution swords became more and more harmonious. Originally, there was a slight delay in the circulation of the 4 sword intents. Now, however, the 4 sword intents alternated in Feng Zichen's hands. They were smooth and flawless, without the slightest bit of hindrance. Vaguely, the 4 sword intents showed signs of merging into one in Feng Zichen's hands. Chaos! At a certain moment, a loud voice sounded in Feng Zichen's mind. It wanted to disturb his mind and cause him to make a mistake. Unfortunately, before the power of this supernatural power could explode, the Hongmeng Daozhong would destroy it with a wave of his hand. This was the supernatural power of the 2 sages of the West. Although it was difficult for them to participate in the battle with their strength, it did not mean that they were idle. While Feng Zichen was in the midst of the battle with the 3 pure ones, they secretly used their supernatural powers to try to disturb his mind. With the Hongmeng Daozhong around, the 2 sages of the West could hardly hurt him, even though their supernatural powers were strange. However, the voices that kept ringing in his ears inevitably annoyed Feng Zichen. At a certain moment, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity. He suddenly raised the Zichen sword, and the 4 immortal execution sword intents merged into one on the sword, turning into a sword light that could destroy heaven and earth. He slashed out and attacked the 2 sages of the West. Whoosh, wherever the sword light passed, a sword intent that could destroy everything and return to the universe of Hongmeng suddenly spread out. Puff! The sword light was blazing, and its power was unparalleled. Even the two sages of the West, who were at the ninth heaven of Hunyuan, found it difficult to resist. The sword light came and directly destroyed their protective supernatural powers. It slashed across their chests and almost split them in half. In addition to the aura that could destroy everything, there was also a heavenly Tao rhyme circulating in the sword intent. It was this aura that caused wounds to appear on the two sages of the West, which could be said to be indestructible. They could not heal in a short period of time. Only the heavenly Tao could deal with the heavenly Tao. Even sages would be injured if they used the power of the heavenly Tao to kill their enemies. After being hit, the two sages of the West lost their combat power and temporarily withdrew from the battle. After slashing out with the sword, Feng Zichen did not feel good, because the three Pure Ones seized the opportunity and suddenly activated the Panga banner, sending out a chaotic sword chi that blasted onto the Zichen's sword. There was a cracking sound, and a few cracks appeared on the Zichen's sword after being hit. The Zichen's sword was damaged, but Feng Zichen's power was not affected at all. All kinds of sword intent circulated in his heart, making the sword in his hand stronger. Boom! Feng Zichen slashed out with his sword. The sword light carried a bit of the Panga banner's Tao meaning that could destroy everything. Although the chaotic sword chi from the Panga banner had damaged the Zichen sword, at the same time, it had branded its own power on the Zichen sword, making the sword light even more dazzling. As the sword power in his hand became stronger, Feng Zichen's attacks became fiercer. He casually used all kinds of sword Tao supernatural powers, turning them into streaks of sharp sword light that attacked the three Pure Ones. At this moment, Feng Zichen was in a frenzy. He had completely given up on defense and attacked the three Pure Ones with all his might. When the chaotic sword chi from the Panga banner came crashing down, Feng Zichen did not dodge. He allowed it to hit the Zichen sword. Crack! Crack! More cracks appeared on the Zichen sword, but the sword intent in Feng Zichen's heart burned even brighter. Vaguely, it was about to break through some kind of limit and burst out of his body. After another few tens of exchanges, the violet imperial sword was finally unable to endure the pressure and shattered with a bang, transforming into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. At this moment, the sword intent in Feng Zichen's heart had also broken through the limit. It turned into an invisible long sword that burst out of his body and slashed at the three Pure Ones. Bang! The sword light was sharp, powerful, and brilliant. It had never been seen before. The longsword slashed through the air and sent the Panga banner flying, landing on the bodies of the three Pure Ones. Puff! First, a streak of blood light appeared. Then, a large number of blood flowers bloomed. Drops of blood fell and turned into pure essence chi that merged into the void. The three Pure Ones were injured, but that was all. Although the sword intent was powerful, it was blocked by the Panga banner and did not have much left. It was already the best he could do to injure the three Pure Ones. However, it was impossible to make them lose their fighting power completely like the two Western saints. Haha, my friend, the Zichen sword is broken. I'm afraid you're going to lose this battle. The three Pure Ones said with a laugh. P.S. I was scared to death. The writer's assistant suddenly crashed and can't be updated. Sigh, fortunately it was fixed in time. I almost had another reason to ask for leave. Chapter 803. Is that so? Feng Zichen suddenly smiled strangely when he saw how proud the three Pure Ones were. Seeing this, the three Pure Ones had a bad feeling and immediately looked around. What entered their eyes was a scene that shocked them greatly. He saw that after the purple imperial sword shattered, the place where its fragments crashed into was none other than the post-celestial path. After the Zichen sword was broken, The sword power carried by its fragments was so strong that it could even injure the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, let alone others. Rumble. Wherever the fragments of the Zichen's sword passed, the void shattered layer by layer, revealing the acquired Tao that was circulating inside. At this moment, the remaining power of the Pangu banner on the fragments of the Zichen's sword and the supreme sword will that it carried burst out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a force that could wipe out everything swept out, shattering the post-celestial Tao that was circulating into pieces with a loud bang. Whoosh! At this moment, the great Tao that was supposed to be intangible and material seemed to have a physical body. It turned into fragments that filled the sky and rained down on the untainted land. At the same time, the fragments of the Zichen's sword were shining and resonating with the Khanate sword will that was everywhere. It seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Seeing the acquired Tao that they and the others had worked so hard to open up was so easily destroyed by Feng Zichen, the three pure ones were furious. Gaochen you, damn it! With a loud roar, the three pure ones' murderous intent rose. At the same time, they activated three Khanate ultimate treasures that could be said to be invincible. They unleashed their full power and blasted towards Feng Zichen. Good timing! Seeing the three pure ones charging towards him, Feng Zichen laughed loudly. His Dharma power surged wildly as he activated three Dharma treasures at the same time to meet the three pure ones' attack. Under Feng Zichen's control, the 10,000 God painting, the 10,000 spirit crown, and the human Tao Emperor's seal all trembled. They each released unparalleled power and blocked in front of him. At the same time, Feng Zichen suddenly pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the ground. The Taoist rime on his body flowed and turned into an invincible Taoist seal that hovered around him. The moment the seal appeared, whether it was the fragments of Zichen's sword or the fragments of the rules formed by the shattering of the acquired path, they all rushed towards Feng Zichen and gathered around him. Rumble! The attacks of the three Khanate peerless treasures blasted Feng Zichen's three great treasures away in the blink of an eye. However, because of this, the power of this attack was weakened by more than half. The Tao seal on Feng Zichen's body suddenly shook, and the fragments of Zichen's sword and the postnatal Tao's rule shone brightly at the same time. Boom! An unimaginable power exploded, shattering the magic of the three pure ones' three great Khanate peerless treasures. Seeing Feng Zichen block their attacks with the postnatal Tao they'd created, the three pure ones, who were already furious, became even more furious. Zijie felt a hot current rush to his head, and he wanted nothing more than to throw his head back and roar at the sky. Ah! With a loud roar, the three pure ones attacked again with their Khanate peerless treasures. Moreover, with the addition of rage, his attacks were even stronger. But at this moment, Feng Zichen was no longer in the mood to fight the three pure ones. There were only two reasons why he'd fought the three pure ones to the death with no regard for his own safety. First, he'd seized the opportunity to let Zichen's sword brand the chaotic sword chi of Pangu's banner. Second, he'd waited for an opportunity to destroy the postnatal Tao created by the three pure ones. Now that Feng Zichen had achieved both of these goals, he had no reason to continue fighting the three pure ones. In this battle, he didn't need to defeat the three pure ones. As long as he could hold on for 3 days, he'd win. Since that was the case, why should Feng Zichen fight the three pure ones to the death at all costs? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly changed his strategy. He turned from active to passive, giving up on attacking and focusing on defense. With a deep roar, the magic power in Feng Zichen's body kept surging. In his sea of consciousness, the shadow of Mount Buzhou was faintly discernible. On his body, the aura of the Great Path spread out and kept flowing. At a certain moment, Feng Zichen's heart moved, and all the power in his body suddenly merged into one. Mount Buzhou seal, rise. The ancient and mysterious Taoist language sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. It affected an inexplicable power, which seemed to affect the past, present, and future, and supported Feng Zichen. With a boom, a majestic shadow of a body quickly appeared behind Feng Zichen's back. It was majestic, like a heavenly pillar, standing between heaven and earth. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles and was tens of thousands of miles high. Mount Buzhou. In the past, Feng Zichen had created the supreme magical power by observing Mount Buzhou. Now, he had practiced it to the highest level. When he fully activated it, it was as if the broken Mount Buzhou had returned. Rumble. At the moment when the shadow of Mount Buzhou appeared, the long river of time suddenly shook. A supreme, majestic, and vast power suddenly came from the end of time and merged with Mount Buzhou behind Feng Zichen. That was the power of the real Mount Buzhou. Although Mount Buzhou had fallen, the Mount Buzhou of the past still existed. He felt the aura of Mount Buzhou in the present world, so he deliberately sent a power to support him. Rumble. With the help of Mount Buzhou, the power of the Mount Buzhou transformed from Mount Buzhou behind Feng Zichen increased again. It really stood in the domain of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. At this very moment the three Pure Ones attacked. Their powerful supernatural powers, which could tear apart the endless universe and billions of spacetime and instantly kill Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, hit Mount Buzhou, but they couldn't even shake him. What was the first defensive magical power in the untainted land? How is this possible? Seeing that their powerful magical power could not even break through Feng Zichen's defense, the three Pure Ones could not help but be stunned. It seemed that they could not accept this result. Haha, my three friends, what do you think of my magical power? Looking at the stunned three Pure Ones, Feng Zichen asked deliberately. Even if your magical power is invincible and your treasures are unparalleled, what's the use if you can't break my magical power? Standing under Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen had already won this battle. The sun and the moon decay, but he was immortal. The heaven and the earth are destroyed, but he was not destroyed. Even if the three Pure Ones had the ability to destroy the untainted land, they could not break through Mount Buzhou and Feng Zichen's defense, unless the three Pure Ones summoned the primordial spirit of Pengu. However, in order to win this battle, there was no big disadvantage to losing and no benefit to winning. Feng Zichen estimated that the three Pure Ones would not choose to summon the primordial spirit of Pengu at all costs. The three Pure Ones might do a losing deal. However, the three Pure Ones would definitely not do a losing deal. That's right. Taoist Gaochun's magical power is indeed very powerful. Poor Wei and the other two will not be able to break through it in a short time. However, only half a day has passed since the 3-day agreement. There are still 2.5 days left. Poor Wei and the other two Poor Wei brothers will not be able to break through your defense in 2.5 days with their full strength. The three Pure Ones activated their magical treasures with all their might and attacked Feng Zichen as they spoke to him. Then let's wait and see. I hope that the three of you can give me a little surprise and break through my invincible defense. Feng Zichen was very disdainful of the three Pure Ones' words. The level of the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou had already reached the level of the endless Daluo Jingxian. In other words, even if Dao ancestor Hongjun came in person, he might not be able to break through this magical power. However, the defensive power of this magical power was a little strong, but the drawbacks were also a little big. Abandoning all attacks to form the purest form of defense, this was a divine ability. It did not have any offensive power, only defense. It could be said to be an invincible defense. Once the Dao seal of Mount Buzhou was opened, Feng Zichen could only be beaten passively while hiding inside. He could not fight back at all. If it were any other time, the three Pure Ones would have too many ways to break through this defense. They could just find a few of Feng Zichen's weaknesses to threaten him. However, it was indeed impossible now. They were betting on breaking the array. If the three Pure Ones used an external trick, it would be breaking Feng Zichen's defense. Then, they would lose this round. Rumble! Outside the Tao seal of Mount Buzhou, the three Pure Ones activated their connate cardinal treasures with all their might and used all kinds of mysterious supreme magical powers. They continuously attacked Feng Zichen with the intention of breaking his defense. However, no matter how amazing their attacks were, the Tao seal of Mount Buzhou did not move at all. However, the three Pure Ones did not care. They continued to attack. Any magical power had a limit. They did not believe that the Tao seal of Mount Buzhou could last forever under their continuous and high-intensity attack. Anyway, their magic power was endless. If they continued to attack like this, they would break Feng Zichen's defense sooner or later. Under the Tao seal of Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen's thoughts were no longer on this battle. Instead, they were on the fragments of Zichen's sword and the rules of the acquired path. He was in the defense and could not fight back. He could not just sit there and do nothing. He had to find something for himself to do. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. The destruction of Zichen's sword here was not a bad thing. Instead, it was a good thing. When it was destroyed and rebuilt, it might be promoted to a connate cardinal treasure. Releasing his divine thoughts, Feng Zichen sensed that every fragment of Zichen's sword carried a trace of amazing sword intent. It was perfect and flawless, and it vowed to cut everything into pieces. The perfect sword intent meant that the sword intent of Zichen's sword had been perfected. It was qualified to be promoted to a connate cardinal treasure. However, it was not easy to promote a connate cardinal treasure. Just like the great mediums breaking through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, it was not enough to just reach the realm. It needed power, very powerful power. At this moment, what Zichen's sword lacked was power, enough power to promote it to a connate cardinal treasure. Feng Zichen could integrate the supreme grade connate spiritual treasure diagram of swords into Zichen's sword. However, it was not enough. It was far from enough. He needed more. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to integrate the fragments of Zichen's sword into the connate myriad Tao. He would use the Tao aura of the myriad Tao to refine Zichen's sword. When it was finished, he would reunite Zichen's sword. When it was reunited, the power of the myriad Tao would also be reunited. At this time, if he integrated the sword diagram of swords into Zichen's sword, it would definitely make the sword break through to a connate cardinal treasure. It was a good idea. However, there was a problem. How to integrate the fragments of Zichen's sword into the connate myriad Tao? Feng Zichen already had an idea about this. The key was the rule fragments formed by the acquired Tao. The appearance of the acquired Tao was inevitable. Even if Feng Zichen broke it, when the investiture of the gods was over and the way of heaven returned, the acquired Tao would be reenacted. Knowing the result, why did Feng Zichen still spend so much effort to break it? Of course, it was to control the acquired Tao. Since the acquired Tao would definitely exist, why did it have to be controlled by the three Pure Ones and not by himself? Feng Zichen's purpose of breaking the acquired Tao was to reenact the acquired Tao. Moreover, he would not be reenacting it alone. He would be reenacting it with the power of everyone. The three Pure Ones were too stingy. The acquired Tao derived from it was still too weak and imperfect. Could be broken with a casual strike. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to combine the power of everyone, including the power of the way of heaven, to develop a stronger, more perfect, and more stable acquired Tao. In this way, everyone would be able to control the acquired Tao. This also meant that no one would be able to control the acquired Tao. To be honest, if possible, Feng Zichen also wanted to monopolize the acquired Tao. However, just as he could break the acquired Tao of the three Pure Ones, others could also break his acquired Tao. It was meaningless to create the acquired Tao by himself. It was better for everyone to do it together. In this way, no one would destroy the acquired Tao and they could try their best to maintain fairness. The rule fragments formed by the acquired Tao were the key for Feng Zichen to develop the acquired Tao. The three Pure Ones had already built the framework. He only needed to expand it. With these fragments as the foundation, he could make it collide with the innate myriad Tao and develop a stronger acquired Tao. When the Tao of Heaven collided with the innate myriad Tao, Feng Zichen only needed to seize the opportunity to put the fragments of Zichen's sword into the innate myriad Tao. Moreover, if he could refine the fragments of the acquired path in advance, Feng Zichen might have more say when the new acquired path was born. With this idea in mind, Feng Zichen directly started to refine these acquired Tao fragments in front of the three Pure Ones. This scene really made the three Pure Ones choke with anger. In this way, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was less than half a day left before the 3-day agreement. Under the continuous high-intensity attacks of the three Pure Ones, Feng Zichen's supposedly invincible defense finally showed signs of instability. It had to be said that the heaven-splitting treasure was much stronger than the innate treasure. The divine powers of the three Pure Ones and the 4 immortal-slaying swords couldn't hurt Mount Buzhou at all. However, under the attack of the Tai Chi diagram and Panga's banner, the Mount Buzhou Dao seal first shook and then gradually became unstable. In the end, it showed signs of collapse. If Feng Zichen didn't take action, it wouldn't be long before the Mount Buzhou Dao seal was broken. Just as Feng Zichen was hesitating, the Eastern Emperor Tai's message arrived. His plan and the Chaos Demon God's plan all appeared in everyone's consciousness. After digesting the message from Tai, everyone thought for a while. After looking at each other, they actually made the same decision in their hearts. P.S. Asking for subscriptions, tips, monthly votes. Chapter 804. That was to destroy the untainted land. At this point, there was no need to hesitate. Instead of trying to force the Chaos Demon Gods out, it was better to destroy the untainted land directly. Anyway, the Way of Heaven had the origins of the 9 Chaos Demon Gods and was preparing to strengthen the untainted land. He could take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the untainted land emperor and rebuild the earth, fire, water, and wind. Perhaps after integrating the origins of the 9 Chaos Demon Gods, the new untainted land could reproduce the glory of the ancient untainted land. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen no longer hesitated. With a sudden movement, he descended from the sky and stepped on the untainted land. Merge! As soon as Feng Zichen's feet touched the ground, the supreme magic skill, Mount Buzhou Seal, changed. Endless runes spread out and merged with the ground in an instant. Mount Buzhou was the root of the untainted land and could mobilize the origin power of the earth. Therefore, this magic skill, which was derived from Mount Buzhou, could only exert its greatest effect on the ground. However, once it was on the ground, the damage to the seal of Mount Buzhou would be shared with the untainted land. Feng Zichen was worried that the untainted land would be damaged. Therefore, when he used the seal of Mount Buzhou, he chose to do it in the air instead of on the ground. However, at this moment, since he had decided to destroy the untainted land, Feng Zichen naturally had no more scruples. He immediately connected the seal of Mount Buzhou with the untainted land and unleashed the real power of this magic skill. With the addition of the earth power, the power of the seal of Mount Buzhou soared in an instant. Under the continuous attacks of Panga's banner and the Taiji diagram, the defense seemed to be on the verge of collapse. At this moment, not only did it recover, but it also became stronger. Boom! The magic skill of the 3 Pure Ones blasted over. The seal of Mount Buzhou trembled and suddenly diverted most of the power to the untainted land. Rumble! In an instant, the entire ground began to tremble. Seeing that the 3 Pure Ones were unable to break through his defense, Feng Zichen's mind moved. His consciousness followed the connection between the Mount Buzhou seal and the origin of the earth, and continued to sink down. In just a few seconds, Feng Zichen's consciousness arrived at the origin of the earth. He saw the chaos demon gods lurking in the depths of the origin and Dong Huang Tai confronting them. "Greetings to fellow Taoist Zichen," Dong Huang Tai said when he saw Feng Zichen. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Tai." Feng Zichen returned the greeting. After that, the two of them turned to look at the chaos demon god at the same time. "Fellow Taoists, you really have good means. You actually want to integrate into the Earth's origin source and obtain a chance to establish yourself in the primordial world. If fellow Taoist Zenith 1 hadn't discovered this in time, you would have almost succeeded." Looking at the chaos demon god in the depths of the Earth's origin, Feng Zichen said coldly, "Haha, what can you do even if you discovered it in time? Do you dare to destroy the primordial world in order to force us out?" With the primordial world as his backing, the chaos demon god was very fearless. "Are you trying to force us to agree to your request? You chaos demon gods really think too much. Today, let us use practical actions to tell you that we, the living beings of the primordial world, would rather die than live in dishonor." Just as Feng Zichen was speaking, the entire primordial world suddenly trembled violently. Huge cracks appeared and there were faint signs of collapse. The three pure ones were crazily attacking the Mount Buzhou seal. Just as Feng Zichen had no scruples, the three pure ones had no scruples either. They no longer had any spare energy to attack, and did not have to worry about destroying the primordial world. So they just had to attack with all their might. Apart from the four of them, the other Daluo Jinxian of origin could not help but shake their heads. Then, they each used their divine skills to take away the countless living beings on the primordial world. The primordial world could be destroyed, but the countless living beings living on it could not be harmed. Otherwise, they would be guilty of a great sin. Damn it, do you really want to destroy the primordial world? Feeling the tremors of the earth, the three chaos demon gods in the Earth's origin became anxious and shouted at Dong Huang Tai and Feng Zichen in disbelief. "Yes or no, let's wait and see." After saying this, Feng Zichen's divine thought left. Because just now, he felt that the 3-day agreement was about to end. There were only 15 minutes left. Feng Zichen did not want to wait any longer. After entering his body, Feng Zichen surveyed the primordial world with his divine eye. He immediately discovered that there were no longer any traces of living beings on the primordial world. Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction. Now that there were no living beings, he truly had nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly put away the Buzhou seal and used all of his strength to power the formation of chaos. Before he could react, the formation of chaos shuddered and boundless chi of chaos surged in. Just as the three pure ones were about to make a move, the boundless chi of chaos vanished without a trace at the same speed as it had come. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly dispersed the formation of chaos and said to the three pure ones, "Thank you for going easy on me, fellow Taoists. I've won this round. Don't forget our agreement." With that, he poured all of the remaining power of the formation of chaos into the human Tao Emperor seal and pushed its power to the limit. The three pure ones had lost? How had they lost? The answer was the bead of chaos. It was the strongest treasure of time and space, even more powerful than the bell of chaos. Earlier, Feng Zichen had used all of his strength to activate the bead of chaos and forcefully speed up the flow of time, causing the final period of the 3-day agreement to end in an instant. Feng Zichen had acted too quickly and the remaining time was too short. The three pure ones didn't even have time to react before the time was up. The three pure ones weren't sore losers. After a moment of silence they said, "Fellow Taoist, you're more skilled this time. You've taught us three brothers a lesson. Poor Wei and the others are willing to accept their loss. From now on, there will be no more karma between Poor Wei and the rest of the human cultivators." At this moment, the heavenly Tao was no longer present and the laws were shattered. The three pure ones' words reverberated through the world, but they didn't cause any abnormalities. However, everyone knew that this matter had already been settled. There was no need for the heavenly Tao to bear witness. It was enough for one's own Tao heart to bear witness. The Kuanping ancestors' matter had already been made clear to the world. Oaths to the heavenly Tao were sometimes useless. Therefore, an even higher level of agreement was needed. A Tao heart pact. It wasn't to let anyone bear witness but to bear witness with one's own Tao heart. If one went against it in the future, one's Tao heart would be damaged, and there would be no possibility of improvement. For existences like the three pure ones in Fengzichen, being unable to improve was simply more uncomfortable than being killed. This was the heaviest punishment. Therefore, a Tao heart pact was more effective than any oath. After the three pure ones, the two sages of the West also nodded and made a Tao heart pact. In this way, the karma between them was considered to have disappeared. The God investiture cataclysm was also coming to an end. The tribulation aura that filled the world dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the tribulation aura completely dissipated, the heavenly Tao would return to the eldritch world. It was also at this moment that Fengzichen, the three pure ones, and the two sages of the West attacked at the same time. They all used their greatest abilities and blasted towards the eldritch world. If they didn't shatter the eldritch world before the heavenly Tao returned, they would all be attacked by the heavenly Tao when it returned. Rumble! Pangu's banner vibrated and chaotic sword aura blasted out. The Taiji diagram spun and the power of yin and yang obliterated everything. The four immortal swords flashed and sword light shattered all things. The human Tao Emperor's seal turned into a giant finger bone and jabbed towards the eldritch world. Rumble! Under the joint attack of everyone, the entire wilderness shook. Then, with a loud rumble, it broke apart into pieces. The eldritch world's essence was affected and trembled violently. The chaos demon god within was also affected and was gradually expelled from the eldritch world. Donghuang Tai made his move. Magical power surged wildly around him and poured into the bell of chaos, causing it to shake violently. Rumble under Donghuang Tai's full power, the bell of chaos blossomed with unprecedented light. The sun, moon, and stars, earth, water, fire, and wind revolved around the bell. Within the bell, mountains, rivers, and the eldritch world's myriad races could be vaguely seen. Scattered light of 5 colors flashed through the bell, and its fearsome heavenly might shook the universe. The Bell of Chaos was the most special of the 3 heaven-opening treasures. It could be used for both offense and defense. It had the power to suppress the world of Hongmeng, the power to reverse time and space, the power to evolve the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and the ability to refine earth, water, fire, and wind. The sound of the bell was vast and mighty. The universe was brilliant, heaven and earth lost their color, and the universe shook. The power of the heaven-opening treasure was undoubtedly revealed. Dang, 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 under Donghuang Tai's shaking, the bell of chaos vibrated 9 times in an instant. In an instant, a mighty force that suppressed the universe and the universe spread out, directly freezing the 3 chaos demon gods in the eldritch world's essence on the spot. It was also at this time that great Emperor Ziwei came with the Zhouxing diagram in his hand. Zhouxing appeared one after another on the diagram, forming the galactic cosmic light formation. Withdraw. He activated the Zhouxing diagram, and the galactic cosmic light formation was activated. It emitted an endless suction force to suck the 3 chaos demon gods out of the eldritch world's essence. Suppress. After great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu also rushed over. The shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation disk kept rising and falling behind her. It also emitted a powerful suction force to act on the chaos demon gods, assisting the Zhouxing diagram to pull them out of the eldritch world's essence. Gradually, under the effect of the 2 treasures, the 3 chaos demon gods' bodies kept leaving the eldritch world's essence. However, just as the 2 of them were about to succeed, the three Chaos Demon Gods finally broke free from the suppression of the Bell of Chaos and woke up. Immediately, the three of them began to struggle with all their might, wanting to return to the depths of the eldritch world's essence. However, at this moment, the cauldron of heaven and earth descended from the sky and transformed into a vast universe world, once again suppressing the three Chaos Demon God. At the same time, Dongwang Tai came with the Bell of Heaven and Earth and supported the cauldron of heaven and earth, jointly suppressing the Chaos Demon Gods. On the other side of the Void City, Feng Zichen and three Pure Ones looked at each other and suddenly blasted toward a certain void. Humph! A muffled groan was heard, and a few streaks of blood appeared in the void. Then, the space suddenly began to disintegrate, revealing a humongous figure inside. Chaos Demon God. Another Chaos Demon God. Ahem, you guys still found out. The Chaos Demon God coughed softly and said helplessly. Feng Zichen and three Pure Ones surrounded the Chaos Demon God silently and completely blocked his escape route. However, just as Feng Zichen and the other three surrounded the Chaos Demon God, he suddenly revealed a creepy smile. No. Seeing that, Feng Zichen and the other three felt that something was amiss and hurriedly looked back. As far as their eyes could see, another Chaos Demon God appeared where the Eldritch World's essence was and blasted toward Goddess Nuwa and the rest from behind. There were not only one Chaos Demon God hiding in the dark, but two. One was used to attract the attention of Feng Zichen, three Pure Ones, and the rest so that the other Chaos Demon God would have a chance to launch a sneak attack. That's right, a sneak attack. At this moment, Goddess Nuwa and the rest were trying their best to suppress the three Chaos Demon Gods at the Eldritch World's essence and had no time to care about what was behind them. It was the most critical moment. If they were successfully ambushed at this time, not only would all their previous efforts be in vain, but they would also be injured. The Chaos Demon God might not have a way to kill a sage, but he definitely had a way to injure a sage. The power of the Great Path was mysterious and omnipotent. It was truly omnipotent and far from being comparable to the power of the Way of Heaven. It was too easy to break the power of the Way of Heaven with the power of the Great Path. Seeing that the Chaos Demon God was about to succeed, the two sages of the West suddenly attacked from the side at the critical moment and blocked the Chaos Demon God. Looking at how lively they were, they did not look injured at all. The injuries that Feng Zichen had caused to the two sages of the West were difficult to deal with, but the sages were not easy to deal with. They had their own ways to deal with it. The two of them paid a price to recover from their injuries, but they did not show it. Instead, they hid at the side and quietly lurked. They thought that there must be a Chaos Demon God hiding at the side, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Therefore, they were like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, lurking and waiting for the Chaos Demon God. Sure enough, they succeeded and really waited for a Chaos Demon God. With the help of the two sages of the West, Goddess Nuwa and the others had nothing to worry about. However, Feng Zichen's tightly knitted brows did not relax because of this. Instead, his frown deepened. If there was one and two, would there be a third? If there was a third Chaos Demon God hiding at the side, where would his target be? Oh no, the Tree of World! While thinking, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of a possibility. Then, without thinking, he turned and left, rushing in the direction of the Tree of World. Damn it! The Tree of World, he actually forgot about this. If he was a Chaos Demon God and wanted to weaken the untainted land, his first target would definitely be the Tree of World. Because as long as the Tree of World still existed, the untainted land would recover one day no matter how serious the damage was. P.S. Damn it, this writer's assistant, I really admire you. You almost scared me to death. The finished manuscript suddenly disappeared. Damn it, I was dumbfounded. Fortunately, I found it back. Chapter 805. as the chaos spiritual root, the Tree of World could continuously draw power from the endless dimensions and the chaos outside the realm to provide for the elemental world. This was the foundation of the elemental world. Only by destroying the Tree of World could the elemental world be seriously damaged. Feng Zichen was very fast. He arrived next to the Tree of World in an instant. At first glance, there was nothing unusual in this world. The Tree of World was still standing there as if it had existed since ancient times, emitting rumbling Tao light. However, upon closer inspection, Feng Zichen had deliberately opened up the lawless realm with Hongmeng Daozhong in order to protect the Tree of World. At this moment, the area had shrunk by more than half. Looking around, Feng Zichen did not find any trace of the Chaos Demon Celestial. However, he knew that the Chaos Demon Celestial must be nearby. The lawless realm would not shrink for no reason. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly shouted to the void, "Fellow Taoist, I'm already here. Why don't you show yourself?" After waiting for a while, the void in front of him shook and the Chaos Demon Celestial walked out. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's pupils shrank. This was because there was not one Chaos Demon Celestial, but two. Moreover, each of the two Chaos Demon Celestials was extremely powerful. Their auras spread out, affecting the operation of the surrounding heaven and earth laws and causing time to stop. Powerful. Ridiculously powerful. The strength of the two Chaos Demon Celestials was at the seventh heaven of the late-stage primordial chaos realm. In other words, any one of them was stronger than Feng Zichen. At this moment, Feng Zichen's North Star clone was only at the fourth heaven of the primordial chaos realm. His original body, Great Emperor Ziwei, was only at the sixth heaven of the primordial chaos realm and was close to the seventh heaven. These two Chaos Demon Celestials were indeed ridiculously powerful. Fortunately, the sharp-eyed Feng Zichen discovered that they did not carry any Dharma treasures. In this way, the strength of the two would inevitably be affected. Having Dharma treasures and not having them were two completely different concepts. Even for someone as strong as Pangu, without the heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand, his strength would drop by a level. Fellow Taoist, even if you're here, what's the use? Don't tell me that you can take on both of us at the same time? One of the two particularly handsome figures in the primal chaos slowly stepped forward and said. Indeed, Feng Zichen couldn't even defeat one Chaos Demon God, let alone two. If the two Chaos Demon Gods joined hands, not only would Feng Zichen not be able to protect the World Tree, but he might also be killed by the Chaos Demon Gods. However, who said that Feng Zichen was alone? I'm naturally no match for the two of you, but what if it's 4 against 2? Can those two fellow Taoists still be so confident? Feng Zichen said with a smile, as he looked at the Chaos Demon Celestials that were approaching them. What? Hearing that, the two Chaos Demon Celestials were shocked and quickly looked around. It shouldn't be. There were only 10 primordial chaos experts in the entire untainted land, and they were all within their calculations. How could Feng Zichen have other helpers? Just as the two of them were confused, there was a sudden burst of brilliance in the direction of the Heaven Realm. Heavenly Emperor and Longevity Emperor walked out of the Heavenly Court together and walked toward Feng Zichen. A rainbow bridge appeared, with one end standing above the southern heaven gate and the other end extending toward the mortal world and landing beside Feng Zichen. In an instant, the rainbow bridge disappeared, and Heavenly Emperor and South Pole Emperor appeared under the World Tree. They bowed to the two Chaos Demon Celestials and said, "Poor Wei and Heavenly Emperor, South Pole, is here to see you." Raising his eyebrows slightly, one of the Chaos Demon Celestials said, "We missed out on the two of you. However, even if the two of you have the strength of primordial chaos experts under the support of the power of luck, what's the use? Even if the three of you join forces, you're still no match for us." That was right. Under the support of the power of luck, Heavenly Emperor was at most at the fifth sky of primordial chaos, and South Pole Emperor was even weaker, at the fourth sky of primordial chaos. Even if the three of them joined forces, they were still no match for the two seventh sky of primordial chaos experts. However, at this moment, they heard an ethereal voice coming from afar. It quickly drifted over and fell into the ears of the Chaos Demon Celestials. "If that's the case, count me in." Everyone looked back and saw a peerless figure walking toward them. Great Emperor Ziwei. Excluding the saints, he was the real number one person in the untainted land. "It's you." Seeing Great Emperor Ziwei walking toward them, the two Chaos Demon Celestials were shocked and angry. How could they not know this ruthless person who often went to the Realm Sea to hunt Chaos Demon Celestials? His existence was the greatest humiliation to the Chaos Demon Celestials. The two Chaos Demon Celestials didn't care about the Tree of World anymore. They joined forces and attacked Great Emperor Ziwei. With a shake of the Zhoxing painting in his hand, Great Emperor Ziwei fought with the two of them. On the other side, Feng Zichen and the other two also took out their Dharma treasures and joined the battle. As for why Great Emperor Ziwei came here, it was obviously because the three Chaos Demon Celestials in the origin of Earth had been forced out by everyone. Then, Nuwa, Goddess Hutu, and Dong Wangtai each chose a Chaos Demon Celestial and fought with them. Seeing this, Great Emperor Ziwei felt that he was no longer needed here, so he turned and left to help his incarnation. At this moment, the three Pure Ones joined forces to fight against a Chaos Demon Celestial. The two Saints of the West joined forces to fight against a Chaos Demon Celestial. Nuwa, Goddess Hutu, and Dong Wangtai each fought against a Chaos Demon Celestial. Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei, South Pole Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor joined forces to fight against two Chaos Demon Celestials. At this moment, the experts of the Eldritch world came out together to fight against the seven Chaos Demon Celestials. The Eldritch world was not calm, and the distant chaos beyond the heavens was not calm either. In the sky, Tao Ancestor Hongjun and Patriarch Yang Mei were facing each other from a distance. Behind them, there were several terrifying figures. Behind Patriarch Yang Mei stood the Chaos Demon Celestials. As for the figure standing behind Tao Ancestor Hongjun, it was somewhat thought-provoking. There were a total of 9 people. In addition to the innate 5 elements sacred beasts, there were 4 extremely unfamiliar figures. Although they were unfamiliar, their auras were in the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. These were 4 unfamiliar primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Their strength was not weak, and they had walked very far on the path of primordial chaos. They were at least in the middle stage or even the late stage. Oh, they were not too unfamiliar. If Feng Zichen were here, he would realize that one of the 4 unfamiliar Daolords was the one at the bottom of the northern underworld sea. He was the terrifying figure standing behind Patriarch Kuanping, Patriarch Northern Underworld Hun Ming. As for the other 3, they were also extraordinary. All of them had a great origin. They were the most ancient innate saints that were formed by the origin of heaven and earth. For example, the figure that was shrouded in darkness was called Daoist Tai Ming. He was an existence that was even more ancient than the Mahakala demon celestial of the demon sect. He was born from the true origin of darkness and was a supreme god that controlled darkness. When they were fighting the chaos demonic god in the primitive world, the most ancient primordial sages of the primitive world, who had stayed away from worldly affairs for a long time, walked out of their own secluded places and stood side by side with Ancestor Hongjun to resist the chaos demonic god. "I didn't expect the few of you to still be alive," Patriarch Yang Mei said emotionally as she looked at the few figures in her memory. "Poor Wei didn't expect you to be the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon Celestial, Daoist Yang Mei. Now you have chosen to be the enemy of the Eldritch world," Daoist Tai Ming, who was opposite Patriarch Yang Mei, replied. "Ah." Patriarch Yang Mei sighed heavily and didn't say anything else. Although she had cultivated for a period of time in the eldritch world, those hundreds of millions of years were just a small splash in her long life. How could it be compared to the endless years of friendship during the Chaos Demon Celestial period? The danger of the chaos outside the eldritch world was far beyond the imagination of all living beings in the eldritch world. Even the Chaos Demon Celestials couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't encounter danger. Therefore, many Chaos Demon Celestials would support each other and pursue the Great Tao together. Such a friendship wasn't that easy to give up. Since Patriarch Yang Mei didn't say anything, Tao Ancestor Hongjun and the others didn't say anything either. They just remained silent and looked at each other while waiting for the outcome of the eldritch world. If the Chaos Demon Celestials won, the Chaos Demon Celestials outside the sky canopy would enter the eldritch world. If the eldritch world won, the Chaos Demon Celestials outside the sky canopy would leave. Therefore, it could be said that the victory of Feng Zichen and the others was extremely important because it concerned the future of the eldritch world. Although they didn't know the significance of this battle, everyone knew that this battle couldn't be dragged on and had to end it quickly. Otherwise, if the battle dragged on, the destructive power would become greater and greater, and it wouldn't be as simple as collapsing the eldritch world. In the end, the eldritch world might collapse as a whole, and even the origin of the earth would be affected. Then, everyone would have sinned greatly. Moreover, judging from the current situation, if the battle continued, it wouldn't be long before it affected the Heaven Realm. Everyone didn't want to make up for the Heaven Realm again. Therefore, it was better for this battle to end as soon as possible. In their hearts, they wanted to end the battle quickly, so they no longer held back. Each of them used their own trump cards to trick others. Tai suddenly spat out a drop of essence blood and sprayed it on the bell of chaos. Clang! In the next moment, a bell that resounded throughout the eldritch world rang. The grand bell wave spread out and froze the entire heaven and earth, causing everything to fall into a momentary standstill. When everything returned to normal, the body of the Chaos Demon Celestial who was fighting with Dong Huang Tai suddenly shattered and turned into a rain of blood. Whoosh! A ray of chaos divine light flashed. Just as the Chaos Demon Celestial was about to recover his body, Dong Huang Tai had already attacked with the Bell of Chaos. With a boom, the Bell of Chaos in Tai's hand suddenly distorted concepts and cognition, becoming infinitely large. Tai raised the Bell of Chaos and covered the broken body of the Chaos Demon Celestial with the bottom of the bell facing down, keeping him in the Bell of Chaos. At the same time, Tai spat out another drop of essence blood and added it to the Bell of Chaos. He fully activated its power to suppress the world of Hongmeng, reverse the space-time power of the heavens, evolve the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and refine the earth, water, fire, and wind. Rumble! The Bell of Chaos vibrated, and the earth, fire, water, and wind inside surged together, constantly being destroyed and reborn. The power of suppression suppressed the flesh and blood of the Chaos Demon Celestial. The power of twisting space-time delayed the time of the Chaos Demon Celestial by countless times. The power of evolution changed the form of the Chaos Demon Celestial, preventing him from reforming his body. The power of refinement was constantly refining the origin of the Chaos Demon Celestial's flesh and blood, completing the final killing blow. After sealing the Chaos Demon Celestial in the Bell of Chaos, Dong Huang Tai suddenly shouted, "Where are the 10 great demon celestials?" As soon as his voice fell, a vast world suddenly emerged from the void, floating above the eldritch wilderness. The 10 great demon celestials walked out of the world at the same time, bowing to Dong Huang Tai. "Your subjects are here. Your Majesty, please give us your orders." Dong Huang Tai clenched his teeth and spat a mouthful of essence blood at the Bell of Chaos. Instantly, the power of the Bell of Chaos skyrocketed again. Dong Huang Tai grabbed the Bell of Chaos and threw it toward the shattered eldritch wilderness. Rumble! As soon as the Bell of Chaos landed, an unparalleled power burst forth, freezing part of the eldritch wilderness fragments and slowly fusing them. After doing all this, Dong Wang Tai turned to the 10 great demon celestials and ordered, "Break this world, extract its origin, and fuse it with the eldritch wilderness fragment. Rebuild the home of the demon race." "Yes, your majesty." Hearing this, the 10 great demon celestials quickly gathered the demon soldiers and formed a realm refining formation. They slowly refined the top-level Greater Thousand World that had accompanied the demon race for countless years and fused it with the eldritch wilderness fragment under their feet. With the help of the Greater Thousand World's origin, the eldritch wilderness fragment gradually stabilized. At the same time, the bell of chaos trembled continuously. Strands of the chaos demon celestial's origin flowed out of it and fused with the land. Gradually, the land became more and more stable and bigger. Its vitality was also slowly recovering, and its origin was also constantly strengthening. He believed that when the land was completely regenerated, the innate spiritual qi contained in it would not be any less than that of the ancient times. After all, in order to create this land, Dong Wang Tai refined a chaos demon celestial. While Dong Wang Tai was suppressing the Chaos Demon Celestial, on the other side, Goddess Hoodoo also erupted. She formed seals with her hands and released an unknown power. In the deepest part of the Nether Realm, the slowly rotating 6 paths of reincarnation disk seemed to have felt the power and suddenly shook. Then, a corner of the 6 paths of reincarnation disk appeared quietly and smashed the head of the Chaos Demon Celestial who was fighting with Goddess Hoodoo. The 6 paths of reincarnation disk was the only chaos treasure in the Eldritch Wilderness. Its power was unimaginable even if it was just a corner of it. After being hit by the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, the Chaos Demon Celestial could not help but let out a miserable cry. He lost his mind and fell down, smashing hard into the Eldritch Wilderness. Suppress. At the same time, the wizard race expert who had been prepared for a long time suddenly appeared. He activated the divine palaces of the 12 ancestors of sorcery and formed the 12 deities killing formation to suppress the Chaos Demon Celestial who had fallen on the ground. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.